5,000 years ago the world was in despair and humanity was close to extinction. 4 great heroes stood against Erebos, who was the source of all evil. Luna was the elven archmage who was called the poet of the stars. DONGHUA was the dwarven mastersmith known as the divine blacksmith. Aaron was the brave beast-man warrior. Lysinus was the wise dragon king. The scene moved to the battlefield where blood covered the ground. Lysinus lay dying while Kyle knelt beside him and tried to heal him. Lysinus told Kyle to take his dragon heart and keep moving forward. Kyle told him to be quiet because he wanted to save him. Lysinus told him it was already too late. Kyle insisted on focusing on his healing spell. Lysinus asked if Kyle remembered when they first met and how they believed they would save the world. Then Lysinus offered his dragon heart with his final strength. Kyle called him a stupid lizard and felt the pain of losing him. Lysinus said he was sorry for leaving everything to Kyle, and then his eyes closed. Kyle shouted his name in grief. He held the dragon heart and thought of Aaron, DONGHUA and Luna and thanked them for standing with him. Light rose from the heart and shot into the sky. Kyle changed as the power of the dragon heart flowed into him. Kyle declared that no matter what happened, even if his body burned to ashes, he would keep going. He decided he would consume Lysinus' soul and carry on. He stood as the hero of the beginning. The scene moved to the present. Reyna sat with a book in her hands and read aloud with excitement. The heroes drove away Erebos thanks to the sacrifice of the wise King Lysinus. She finished the story and became happy. Someone reminded her that she had already read that story over 100 times. Reyna replied that little Leo loved the book the most, and she offered to show it. She looked at him and said she would read the story of the heroes of the beginning again. She opened the book and began with the familiar line that spoke of a time long ago, 5,000 years in the past. Leo made a small sound and she smiled proudly and said that he loved it just as she had said. But Leo groaned with frustration. Inside he shouted for her to stop reading that book. He wondered why she could not see that he hated it. He thought about how he had defeated Erebos and yet he was the only one erased from the story of history. The scene moved to the Royal School of Delan. The teacher called the class to attention and reminded them that they lived in the age of heroes. 5,000 years had passed since the hero record first appeared, and the lower world had changed greatly. The school had been chosen to host the looming entrance examination that year. The teacher told the students that some of them might become heroes whose names would one day be written into the hero record, so they needed to pay close attention. A soft snoring sound came from the back. Everyone turned and saw a boy sleeping with his head on his desk. The teacher called his name and said that if he knew the material so well that the lecture put him to sleep, then he should answer a question. The teacher asked what ritual people had to go through to be called a hero 5,000 years ago. Leo stood up and replied that back then if someone made a name for themselves, people worshipped them naturally. The teacher asked if anyone else wished to answer. The boy sitting beside Leo raised his hand and explained that in ancient times there was no proper way to be acknowledged by the gods and so only holy rituals were used. He gave the ritual of blood as an example. The teacher praised him and introduced him as Gullivan Tratton of House Tratton, the greatest magic genius of the kingdom. Gullivan turned to Leo and said that everyone had high expectations for him in the upcoming Lamine exam. Leo thought that meeting gods had been easy in the old days. The hero record was a miracle gifted to the world to honor the heroes who faced Erebos. It now spoke of the reincarnation of the great hero Kyle. Leo wondered again why he alone was treated as if he had never existed at all. The class rushed to the window and pressed close to the glass. Excited voices rose as the students pointed outside. They said that the visitors had arrived and someone shouted that the emblem of the Zerdinger clan was there. They recognized Celia Zerdinger among the guests. An announcement echoed through the school telling all students to gather in the auditorium because the Zerdinger clan was visiting. Gullivan turned to Leo and asked if he planned to go, and tried to catch their attention. He added that someone like them would never care about Leo. Leo simply said he was going home because he had no interest in such things. He walked away while Gullivan shouted angrily that he also had no interest and only wanted to see Celia as a rival. Leo answered calmly and left. The scene moved to Leo's home. He held a wooden stick and thought that while some of his progress came from training, his new body was far stronger than his old life. His mother approached and asked what he was thinking about. She suddenly attacked with her sword. Their blades met and sparks flew. Leo complained that she ambushed him without warning. His mother said it had been a while since they sparred and that weak talent would never be enough for Lamine. She told him this was his final test. She attacked again and Leo blocked her with another burst of sparks. She asked if she should go harder and pushed with more strength until he stepped back. Leo asked if she was showing too much tough love. She replied that he was still blocking everything. She worried inwardly that she might be swinging too hard and wondered what would happen if he failed to dodge. She brought her sword close to his face. Leo struck back and sent her sliding across the ground. He placed his blade at her neck and asked if she was all right. She wondered quietly how far her child's talent could reach. She asked if he was still determined to go to Lamine. Leo thought about the Human Hero Academy. Among the 4 race academies that preserved the hero record, it was the place most likely to have traces of his erased history. He answered with confidence that he was going. Leo's mother explained that members of the Zerdinger clan were visiting Dilan and would be staying at their mansion. Leo was surprised to hear that the Zerdinger clan would be so close. She said she would ask Ziz for a favor even though she did not want to. As the vice patriarch, he might teach Leo the Zerdinger aura technique. With that skill, Leo could become strong enough to enter Lamine next year. She gently placed her hand on his head. Leo repeated the name of the technique in his thoughts and then reminded himself that he planned to enter Lamine this year, not next year. The scene changed to Celia Zerdinger stepping out of a carriage. She wondered why her uncle wanted to stay in such a small place when he could have rented an entire hotel. She was 15 and known as the Sword Princess of the Zerdinger clan. She wanted to focus on the Lamine exam and did not understand why they had come to this small family. Ziz asked her if she was curious about Leo, the boy who claimed he had no interest in the Zerdinger clan. She replied that if he was a knight hopeful who could not even use aura yet, then he could not be impressive. Ziz laughed and said he doubted that. They entered the mansion and bowed before Leo's parents. Ziz greeted Reina politely. Reina welcomed him in return. Ziz introduced Celia and told her to present herself. Celia placed a hand on her chest and thanked them for hosting the clan for the week. Reina greeted her kindly. Celia noticed Reina's black hair and red eyes and wondered if she shared their lineage. Ziz then told Celia that Reina was her aunt. Ziz and Reina later sat at a table with tea and sugar cubes. Ziz mentioned that they had visited the royal school of Dilan earlier and that it had been chaotic. He said Leo must have gone home because he showed no interest in the clan. Reina laughed and said it must have been a blow to Zerdinger pride. She apologized if her son seemed disrespectful and explained that he cared only about training. She sipped her tea. Ziz asked what kind of child Leo was. Reina recalled the sparring test and said he had unbelievable talent. Ziz asked if she truly believed Leo was worthy to inherit the flames of Zerdinger. She said she was not saying that simply because he was her son. Ziz smiled and said that her confidence made him more interested. Even so, he would still test Leo himself. Leo sat in his room in a calm pose with his sword placed beside him. Light gathered around his right hand and then around his whole body. He said that his vessel was finally complete. He had avoided learning aura because once he accepted it, the body naturally changed to fit that aura and the chance to build mana and soul energy disappeared. He thought that if he had fully controlled those powers in his past life, he would not have left behind a seed of disaster. In this life he planned to master everything perfectly. He decided that aura would come first. Celia stood behind him and called his name. She said he had a good grasp of the basics and offered to guide him in swordsmanship. She also hoped to earn favor from her aunt. Leo asked who she was. She introduced herself as Celia Zerdinger, known as the Sword Princess. Leo thanked her for the thought but refused her guidance, saying he had no intention of learning from someone with less skill. Celia became shocked and asked if he claimed to be stronger than her. Leo said that in a real fight to the death she would likely win because he could not use aura, but in pure swordsmanship the outcome would be different. Celia challenged him to spar. She planned to show him the harsh truth before he grew too confident. She said that if she won, he would serve her for the week she stayed. Leo asked what would happen if he won. She pointed her sword at him and said that she would serve him instead. Leo picked up his sword and asked if they should begin. He moved first, and she blocked his strike as sparks flew. She thought his speed was better than expected. She stepped back and decided that it would not be enough to beat her. She rushed forward but Leo's attack reached her first. She felt a strength she could not handle and realized she could not block it. His blade reached her neck. Leo noticed the shimmering protection around her and asked if she was using aura armor and what was supposed to be a spar of pure swordsmanship. Celia said it had only been a reflex. Leo answered that it did not matter because he would win anyway. She reacted with surprise. He explained that controlling aura was a difference as wide as heaven and earth and asked if she wanted to test it. She noticed the magic weight bracelets on him and felt shocked. Leo rushed at her again. She shouted that no one should be this brutish and called him a crazy man. The scene shifted. Reina and Ziz walked together when Leo approached. Reina told Leo to introduce himself because their guest had come to visit the household. Leo bowed slightly and gave his name. Ziz introduced himself as Ziz Zerdinger and added that he was Leo's uncle. He reached out to shake hands and Leo accepted. Ziz said he was glad to meet him. Reina asked if Leo had met Celia yet. Leo paused, remembering what had happened earlier. Celia lay on the ground while the servants panicked and rushed to her side. They urged each other to move quickly. Ziz asked what had happened. The servants explained everything. Ziz wondered how Leo had defeated Celia even though he had not yet learned aura. He told Leo that beating Celia was impressive. Leo answered that she had underestimated him. Ziz asked what the bet between them had been. Leo explained that the loser would become the servant of the winner, and said that Celia was now his maid for the week. Ziz said that keeping one's word mattered, but Celia belonged to the Zerdinger house, so Leo could not command her to do maid work. He asked Leo to cancel the agreement and offered a different reward instead. Leo refused. He said the wager had been between him and Celia and that as long as she carried the Zerdinger name, she needed to take responsibility. Ziz asked if Leo still refused even though he was offering to teach him the Zerdinger aura breathing method. Leo answered that an aura method given only to prevent a niece from being embarrassed had no value to him. Ziz repeated Leo's words and asked if Leo understood that he had just declared the direct Zerdinger lineage as a servant, and dismissed their aura method as worthless. Leo confirmed it. Ziz then asked if he found such a declaration impudent. Leo said he meant no insult. He explained that if the method had been offered as a reward for defeating Celia, he would have accepted, but Ziz had framed it as a way to erase her loss. A servant whispered that Celia had woken up. Leo continued and said that Ziz believed Celia would not have lost if she had not let down her guard, but Leo insisted that even if Celia had fought seriously, he still would have won. Ziz thought that Leo had rejected him only because of his behavior and felt impressed. He wished a child like Leo had been born into the Zerdinger line. Ziz then shocked the servants by ordering them to send Celia to the maid's quarters. He called out to Leo. Leo answered. Ziz told him that in private he could call him uncle. Leo agreed and left as Reina and Ziz remained behind. Ziz asked Reina if she had asked him to teach Leo the Zerdinger aura breathing method. She nodded and said she would try to convince Leo so he could learn Phoenix breath. Later Celia appeared dressed as a maid. She introduced herself as Celia, the maid who would serve young Master Leo for the next week. Leo replied that the outfit suited her, and he added that no one would have imagined her usual fancy style fitting plain maid clothes. As he continued to speak, she cut him off while blushing in frustration as she said she knew she was beautiful but his words sounded too direct. Leo quickly apologized and said he never intended to make her angry. He explained that he had a friend who praised beauty too much, and that those habits must have influenced him. He added with pride that the beauty of the eternal could not be matched, and that if peace returned to the world, he wanted to dedicate his life to spreading beauty everywhere. Celia answered that his friend sounded cool and knew how to appreciate beauty, yet she secretly thought that Leo's problem was his honesty. Leo then remembered his friend and said that although she was aggressive, Lucina's was more beautiful than anyone, and Luna too. For the sake of art he boldly asked them to become his nude models. Dueno joined in and said he had even bought a sketchbook. They both ended up beating Dueno for his shameless excitement. Celia looked at Leo again and wondered if the book he held was some sort of training manual. She asked him what he was reading. Leo said he used to read it a lot when he was young as he held it in his hand. The title of the book was Great Hero of the Beginning. The scene moved to the past when Celia was 5 years old. She looked at the bookshelf and wondered if it was a storybook. She searched through his closet full of books and said it seemed he liked the Great Hero of the Beginning because even an average researcher could not compare to how much he collected. She noticed many books about Kyle and picked one up. Leo explained that among the achievements of the great heroes, many were hard to assign to anyone and he believed those uncertain deeds likely belonged to Kyle. Celia held the book and said Kyle was probably a scammer who tried to steal the achievements of the real heroes. Leo asked her in surprise if she meant Kyle. She answered that this was what most people thought, and she agreed with it. Leo quietly realized this was how people saw him. He rose from his seat and suggested they eat breakfast and begin training. Celia asked if she could train with him, while thinking she wanted to discover the secret behind his strength. Leo warned that it might be hard for her to keep up and asked if she would be alright. Celia stiffened with pride and reminded herself that she was Celia Zerdinger. The scene shifted again. Celia was on her knees on the dirt with her sword fallen a short distance away. Leo told her that when stamina reached its limit, reaction speed slowed and more openings appeared. He said that was why she had left her back exposed just now. Celia looked defeated and asked if abusing the body like this really helped training. Leo rested his sword on his shoulder and said yes because young people had become too weak. He thought that aura techniques had advanced so much that people stopped focusing on body training, even though aura worked better when the body was strong. Celia heard the word weak and pushed herself up using her sword. Leo kept thinking that strengthening the body also strengthened the aura. Celia glared at him and yelled that he should not underestimate her, as she called him a damn white-haired bastard. Celia attacked Leo with her sword, but his movement sent her crashing badly to the ground. She shouted in frustration, asking why she could not win. Leo told her it was hard and handed her a magic bracelet. She thanked him and knelt in front of his feet. He explained that the bracelet had weight magic and told her to wear it during training from the next day. In another scene, Celia sat on her knees in the garden and asked to stop. Ziz watched her from a distance and thought this would be a good experience for her. He wanted her pride to crumble at least once before going to Limine. He called out to Leo from behind. Leo turned and stepped toward him, calling him uncle. Ziz said he planned to ask the patriarch to allow Leo to inherit the phoenix breath. Leo thought about the Zerdinger family's aura origin technique and remembered that only recognized members could inherit it. Celia hurriedly said that their father would not easily accept it. Ziz explained there was a condition and Leo had to pass the Limine entrance examination. Celia smirked and said the exam was an actual fight, and it would be too dangerous for a child who could not even use aura. Leo admitted he had no real fight experience, at least in this life. Ziz asked what he thought, and Leo said if their parents agreed, he would do it. Ziz thought he was planning to take that year's exam. Later, Leo asked while running if they should continue after a short break. Celia ran behind him, thinking he would not be able to lose her. A week later, it was the day of the Limine entrance examination. The hall was full of students. Voices in the crowd recognized Celia and wondered about the boy beside her. Celia asked Leo if he was nervous. He said he was not and asked if she should fix the way she spoke. Golivan, surprised, called out to Celia. She turned and recognized him, wondering why he was there. Golivan introduced himself as the land's greatest magic genius and reminded her he had greeted her last time she visited the school. Celia said she did not remember him. She grabbed Leo's hand and ran away, ignoring him. Golivan shouted after them that he was off. Then Abad Llewellyn called out to Celia. She and Leo turned with wide eyes to see Abad and Chelsea Llewellyn from the Llewellyn family. During the Limine entrance examination, Celia and Leo walked side by side. Leo asked her who the Llewellyn siblings were. Celia explained that they came from the same hero lineage of the Lordran Empire and were children of the Llewellyn family. She added that they would be taking the same path as them and they could not afford to lose. She reminded Leo that the Zerdinger clan could not lose to the Llewellyn family. Leo said he was from the Plough family though. Abad Llewellyn appeared with his sister and greeted Celia, saying it had been a long time. Celia responded politely that it had been a long time. Abad asked who Leo was. Celia introduced him as Leo from the House of Plough, a noble family within the kingdom of Dalad. Leo felt bored as he remembered his home. Leo and Abad looked each other in the eyes. Abad dismissed him as a small fry and declared that the top spot would surely be his. He told Chelsea to move with him, and she agreed. They walked away, and Celia muttered angrily that those arrogant jerks would be thoroughly crushed. The teacher began announcing from the dais. Celia and Leo listened as Albi Zarin, a professor at Germain Academy, introduced himself. Celia recognized him as Albi, the sorcerer of Man. Leo asked Celia who he was. She said he was a hero listed in the hero record. Leo thought to himself that Albi must be one of those heroes of this era and noticed the strong mana in his left eye. Albi began announcing that the types of trials would be one-on-one combat and monster subjugation. He said each person would take turns, but he found this method tedious. He burned the paper he was holding and opened a book called the Hero Record. Golden light spread from the book. Albie used his energy on the hero record to transport everyone into the hero world. Celia said she hated inefficiency and decided to combine everything and proceed at once. Leo remembered his teacher saying that the hero record was not just a historical record. Its true value was in creating a hero's world containing the experiences of past heroes. By entering this world, one could inherit the power of a previous hero. Leo thought it was almost like a hero training system. When they arrived in the wild forest, Leo realized this was the hero's world. He understood that the place was called the Wild Forest, and the objective was simply to survive. Participants could join forces or eliminate each other, and those who wanted to forfeit could break the orb they were holding to return. A student suddenly heard a sound and asked where it was coming from. Leo noted that the place looked the same as before. He thought it used to be an elven forest before it was polluted by the witch queen Salatna. Suddenly, Leo felt scared and said he wanted to go back. Another student told him it was just an illusion and mocked him for being pathetic. Leo immediately sensed danger and moved aside as something dropped toward him. He thought that everyone was wrong to treat the place lightly. Even if the hero world came from the examiner's memories, everything inside it was real. The hazards could truly kill someone. Chelsea arrived and said they had met before. She added that she was glad to have a chance to eliminate someone connected to the Zerdinger name. Leo corrected her and said he was from the Plav family. Chelsea ignored that and gathered energy in her hand, saying he had been with Celia earlier. She cast Wind Sickle. Leo recognized it as a spell that did not exist in the past, though the basic form still felt familiar. Chelsea noticed how relaxed he looked and prepared to attack. Her energy wave moved toward him, but he blocked it with his sword. Chelsea was shocked and wondered how he blocked it without aura. She questioned if he possessed some attribute that was difficult to detect. Leo told her the attack was too simple and suggested they join forces instead. He reminded her that in this place the one who survived the longest earned the most points, and that as a sorceress she needed to pass at least one test. He smirked as he said it. Chelsea prepared another attack and told him she was a battle mage. She repeated his comment about her attack being too simple. Leo told her he meant that for wind magic, her attack was too straightforward for the power behind it. Chelsea became angry and asked if he was lecturing a direct descendant of the Llewellyn family. She shouted that she would crush him with those simple attacks and cast Wind Sickle and Wind Arrow again. Leo suddenly disappeared. Chelsea could not sense any mana and wondered why he had vanished. He reappeared right in front of her and struck her down, leaving her kneeling with her head lowered. Leo asked politely again if she would join forces with him. In the hall outside the hero world, a student cheered that the test was finally beginning. In another scene, Chelsea was tied to a pillar with rope while Leo sat on the ground in front of a small fire made of burning wood. She asked what was happening. Leo asked if she was going to cooperate with him. Chelsea refused and said she only needed her brother. She tried to use magic with her tied hands and cast Wind Sickle. Leo explained that it was a skill that restricted magic. He thought he did not have much mana, so it would not last long. Chelsea said she could escape without magic. Leo wrapped the rope she was tied with around his hand and asked if she really thought he would let her do that. The fire spread around her as the rope loosened, and her skirt caught fire. She shouted in panic and tried to stop the flames. She finally agreed to cooperate. Leo asked her to swear on her family name. She shouted that she swore on the Llewellyn family name that she would cooperate. Leo untied her carefully, thinking that kids were easy to manipulate. As she almost fell into the fire, he caught her. He looked into her eyes and greeted her, calling her the Mage of Llewellyn. In the hall, all the students watched Leo through a large magical screen. Albie observed the fights and thought that none of the students were up to standard. He thought it was foolish for them to focus on competing and fighting each other. The only ones who acted decisively were Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn. He noted that the Republic's future looked bright. Regarding Leo Plav, Albie thought the fire stunt was immature, but getting Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate deserved a high grade. He did not yet have the skill or grace of Celia and Abad, but he was an unexpected dark horse. A monster appeared in front of Leo and Chelsea. Chelsea passed her weapon through energy and struck the monster, creating a hole in its body. She said that going along with the knight made things comfortable and asked what aura Leo was using, as she could not detect any mana from him. Leo replied that he did not know how to use aura. Chelsea was surprised and asked how he could do that without aura. Leo explained that a good foundation was important for anything, like wind magic. He asked her what she thought the foundation of wind magic was. Chelsea cast Windbreaker through her left hand, sending energy waves that struck the monster and knocked it to the ground. She angrily said it was insolent of him to speak of wind magic in front of a Llewellyn. Leo told her she had power but was using it incorrectly. Chelsea started to respond, but Leo saw something and told her to stop. She noticed that other monsters looked like mummies. Leo knelt and said he had seen things that left their victims like that before. He thought he now understood the conditions to pass the test. The earth erupted and energy burst out like lava. Leo grabbed Chelsea and jumped away. Suddenly, students arrived, including Gullivan, while Leo and Chelsea sat on the ground. Gullivan said they needed to get rid of Chelsea first, as the other guy was a nobody. Leo told Chelsea to attack together. He stood up and struck the students with a punch as they surrounded them with swords. He told Chelsea to watch his back, and she nodded with wide eyes. Leo shouted at her to attack, and Chelsea stood up with her weapon. Using his energy, Leo defeated all the surrounding students, but Gullivan ran away. While escaping, Gullivan thought he could not go out like this and needed to find another party. Celia, watching, recognized Gullivan and thought about him. Celia told Abad to go that way and both of them reached Leo and Chelsea. They stopped in shock when they saw the bodies of students and the monster lying around. Chelsea ran to her brother and Abad hugged her tightly because she was safe. Celia asked Leo why he and Chelsea were together. Leo looked confused as he explained that he suggested they cooperate and somehow convinced the stubborn girl to agree. Celia asked what he did, and Leo silently picked up a fallen student from the ground. Chelsea watched him and wondered why he was helping when the fight was already over. She believed they would beat this world together. Leo repeated her words with surprise. Abad pointed at the corpses and told Celia there was an anomaly in the wild forest. Celia noticed that the bodies looked dried up as if all moisture was sucked out. Leo added that the monsters were missing. Celia realized the forest looked scared, as if a high-tier monster had appeared and driven everything else away. Abad remembered that Hero Albi's first feat had been defeating a high-tier monster. Leo said the creature had finally revealed itself. In another part of the forest, Gullivan appeared with a weapon in his hand. He was determined to make Leo fail no matter what it took. As he moved forward, his foot slipped and he fell to the ground in confusion. While he looked around, a monster loomed above his head. In the hall, everyone watched the magical screen. Two students talked together, one saying that he had taken care of 15 or 16 of the monsters. The second student said he had about the same number. Albi examined the screen and said he had seen about 500 so far, and they had all failed. One student protested, saying that even so, they had to select around 100 students like in other regions, but only 50 students remained in the test. Albi replied that if they did not meet his standards, he was willing to fail them all. The headmaster had put him in charge of the test knowing this. Albi thought that a real hero could only be found in difficult times and wondered if Leo Plav, who must have noticed the anomaly in the forest, could beat this world. In the forest, all of them ran through the darkness. One student said it was pitch black. Celia warned that there was something ahead and told them to get ready. She pointed in shock at Gullivan, who was trapped in a monster's mouth, and realized that the one behind it was the real monster. Abad began to cast magic, but Leo stopped him and told him to snap out of it. He ordered Gullivan to break the crystal. Gullivan called Leo's name and broke the crystal, producing fire in the monster's mouth, returning it to its normal form. Abad cast Wind Fang at the spider-like monster, but it was not enough to kill it. Leo realized it was the spider princess, Tarantulia. He attacked fiercely, shouting in anger. Celia tried to finish it with a single powerful strike called Prominence, but her energy attack had no effect. She was shocked and could not believe it. Abad said that the difference in destructive power between a knight and a mage was like day and night. He attacked with a spell called Raphaeli, but it had no effect, and the spider monster began attacking him. Chelsea shouted for her brother and cast Windbreaker, using her energy to make the monster leave Abad alone. She asked if he was okay. Abad replied that he was and thanked her. A student nearby asked what kind of monster it was and commented on its monstrous regeneration. Leo explained that it was the daughter of Salatna, the queen of Tartaros, a monster in Erebos' army that had destroyed the elf forest. Celia thought about Tartaros in shock. Leo thought about the mana in Albi's left eye, realizing it came from the fairy king. Tarantulia ruled the cursed wild forest, destroyed the elf forest, and had eaten the right hand of the fairy king. Leo considered that the hand, which contained the source of infinite life energy called the Ring of Life, must have saved her. Abad declared that if the monster was the key to the test, he would defeat it. Celia shouted in shock and she and Abad attacked again. Leo warned them that the monster would just keep regenerating until they ran out of mana. Celia asked what he suggested. Leo said that two people needed to work together. Abad refused, wanting to be the top scorer, and Celia insisted it would be her. Leo reminded them that if they could not beat the hero's world, everyone would fail. Abad said that even if they worked together, it would take time to set up an attack capable of killing the monster instantly. No one except the two of them could stall the monster long enough. Celia looked angry while Chelsea thought carefully. Leo said he would do it. Celia was shocked and said it was suicide because he could not even use aura. Leo admitted that he could only buy 5 minutes. Chelsea worried about what would happen if the attack failed. Leo reassured her that it would not happen and picked up his weapon from the ground. Leo said that fire and wind had always worked well together. Celia and Abad looked at each other. Leo watched the monster and said it reminded him of old times before attacking with his weapon. Celia and Abad watched in shock and curiosity. Leo said it had been a while since he had faced a monster of Tartaros. The spider monster caught a boy in its web and began attacking him. The boy shouted for help, calling for his mom. Suddenly, someone arrived surrounded by golden light and shouted for the monster to step back. The boy wondered about the light. The person said the monster had dared to attack his homeland and devour the right hand of the contractor. He struck the monster with his magic light and freed the boy from the web, smiling as he asked if he was okay. In the forest, Leo thought about his limits without using aura. He called out to Chelsea, who held her weapon and answered him. Leo told her to use wind magic and send the surrounding weapons flying to him. Chelsea warned that he could get hurt while doing that, but he told her not to worry and just hurry. She asked which weapons, and he said any. Based on the sounds, he thought one was a scimitar and the other a bastard sword. He told her to send more weapons, and she used her power. Leo attacked the monster with his sword, striking repeatedly and shouting next. He thought the monster should be their age, but it moved like a martial god. Celia commented that he was not a small flea. Leo had a cut on his cheek with blood coming out, but he gripped his sword tightly, and reminded himself that if he could not stop a bug like this, others would be laughing at him from the afterlife. He told Chelsea next, and she worried that she had used the last weapon. Leo was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. Celia shouted at Leo that she had finished the preparation and told him to move. She attacked the monster with her golden energy, and fire spread around it. The monster died, leaving the ring on the ground. The chapter in Albi's world, prologue Wild Forest, was cleared. Celia smiled as she sat on the ground with her hands supporting her, and said it was over. She thought about Leo standing in front of her, and realized he had blocked the monster for 5 minutes. She praised him loudly. Chelsea, excited, said it was amazing and that he looked like a hero from the stories. Leo asked if it was so, and Chelsea said yes. She added that she wanted to become a battle mage and learn more about close-range combat, and asked him to teach her. Celia hoped that Chelsea would get to experience Leo's training at least once. Leo picked up the ring from the ground and wondered if it was a drop from the monster. A fairy emerged from the ring in golden light. Leo recognized it as Prince Silid. He greeted Silid and said he was Kyle. He thought that Silid had become the fairy king and that thanks to the treasure Albi found, he had received the Eye of Mana. Suddenly, Albi's voice announced that the countdown for returning from the testing ground had started and that the reward for clearing it was the Fairy King's pledge. Kellyan Badian sat on a chair with his back to the window as sunlight came in. He said that the exam of the Western Territory was over. A girl standing beside him asked if it was already finished and how many students teacher Albi had passed. Kellyan said that considering it was Albi, a lot had passed, 40 students. The girl asked if that was many, and he laughed, saying he had only expected about 10 people. She asked if either Celia or Abad was at the top and who had passed. Kellyan said it was hard to pick, but someone had been recommended as the freshman's representative. She asked if Albi had recommended someone, and he said it was a name he had not heard before. She was surprised and asked again if it was true. Voices appeared in the hall calling for Celia and Abad. Suddenly, Leo Plav appeared on the screen. Albi said he recommended Leo Plav as the freshman representative in the night division and began to explain the reason. Kellyan thought to himself that it was surprising for Albi to speak so highly of him, and wondered what kind of student Leo was, noting that Albie had described him as having the talent to become a hero. Leo rested in the swimming pool and thought to himself that pain like this should be treated with care and time. He felt good about it, and remembered that the clear reward for the test was the Fairy King's pledge. He realized that normally clearing a living hero's world did not give a reward, yet somehow he alone had received one. He heard a sound and asked his mother what it was. She spoke to him, asking if he knew why she had been expelled from the house of Zerdinger. She explained that while rescuing a comrade, she had lost the flames of Zerdinger, but she had never regretted her decision. She told Leo to use his power and talent for the right cause and congratulated him for being accepted to Lamine Academy. Later, Leo stood in the city and heard Albie's voice saying that he had arrived at Lemuria's city and should collect all his belongings before getting off at the gate. Leo looked around and thought about the city and the location of Lamine Academy. Ziz arrived and asked how he had been the past month. Leo greeted his uncle and Ziz congratulated him on passing the entrance exam. Leo thanked him and asked why he had come. Ziz explained that their house had been caught in an ongoing debate for the past month. Leo asked if it was about the inheritance of Phoenix Breath. Ziz confirmed it, and added that even though his elder sister was no longer a member of the house, Leo, as her son, had impressed the elders by passing the infamous Western exam. Ziz gave Leo a key with a shiny crystal and told him it was a subspace key and to open it. Leo opened the book from the key, but the pages were empty. Ziz told him to stain the pages with a drop of his blood. Leo bit his hand and poured blood on the book, and the words appeared. Ziz placed his hand on Leo's shoulder and said that now only he could read the book. He explained that learning the secret technique of the Zerdingers would not be easy, but he believed Leo would master it quickly and congratulated him on becoming a member of the House of Zerdinger. Later, Leo stood near a large building and wondered if this was the place where Celia wanted to meet. He accidentally bumped into a girl carrying books, and they both fell to the ground along with the books. The girl apologized and gathered her books before moving away. After she left, Leo saw a card on the ground with her picture and read that her name was Chloe Mueller, a freshman at Lamine Academy. Leo then entered through the doors, and Celia, holding multiple shopping bags, asked why he had taken so long. She said they had a lot to shop for, including uniforms and textbooks. Leo apologized and said he had to meet with Uncle Ziz. Celia, excited, asked if a decision had been made and how it went. Leo tried using fire in his hand to demonstrate, and Celia said no way. She thought in shock that it had taken her 3 weeks just to get a feel for the secret technique, and wondered what Leo was. A ship was docking, and Leo and Celia stood side by side. A professor greeted them, introducing himself as Ina Landu, the one in charge of the freshman night class at Lamine Academy. He told them they would be departing for Lamine and asked everyone to board the ship. They all got on the boat, and it started moving. Leo and Celia stood together when a student called out to them. Celia was shocked when he called them a couple. The student introduced himself as Car Thomas from the Kingdom of Mora and said he was an alchemist who sold everything from potions to weapons. He gave a card to Leo and told him to drop by if he needed anything at school. Leo thought he was an interesting kid and introduced himself as Leo Plav from the Kingdom of Delad. Car commented that passing the Western region exam was impressive. Leo remarked that the situation felt strange, and Car agreed that it felt too peaceful. Celia said that a warm welcome for freshmen who passed the exam was normal. Leo glanced at the professor, who was drinking from a glass and leaning against the side of the boat. Car said that they would not be rough with students before orientation. Suddenly, something from the water attacked the boat. Students shouted for Professor Ein to help, but he told them that as students and hero candidates of Lamine Academy, they needed to overcome danger themselves. Leo slashed his sword and told Celia to stay calm as frustration tightened his voice. Celia snapped back and told him to mind his own business just before the octopus reacted to their heat and blasted water. She slipped on the soaked floor and fell hard while Leo quickly explained that this was the Kraken's usual behavior. They both rushed forward again, gripping their swords and slashing through the monster's limbs. Carl hid under a table with wide eyes as he watched Celia's overwhelming strength and wondered who Leo really was. A severed leg dropped near him, and he shouted in panic for them to be careful. Chloe stepped out with mana glowing in her raised hand and sent a beam crashing into the Kraken. She spoke sharply and asked why weak people would not just stay back. Carl muttered that strong people never cared about the damage they caused around them. The professor calmly poured himself a drink as the chaos continued. He said the lake leading to Lemurn Academy was always full of monsters and that a kraken was the perfect warm-up. He observed the students closely and noted how the top performers stood out. He saw Chen Xia of the east, Celia Zerdinger of the west, Abad Llewellyn, Chloe Muller of the north, Warden Titan of the south and Duran Moira of the central region. He believed this year's freshmen were promising. His gaze finally settled on Leo as he thought about the boy's flawless swordsmanship and precise movements, as if he already knew the Kraken's next attack. A small smile touched the professor's lips as he decided that he would meet that unknown freshman soon in the knighthood class. The students lay on the ship floor exhausted after the battle. Carl complained that he had not expected to use all his potions so quickly. The professor landed beside them and told them that crossing the lake would soon feel natural, so it was better to get used to it now. He then urged everyone to head straight to the entrance ceremony hall. The scene shifted to the Lemurn Academy erect training ground where the announcer declared that the entrance ceremony would begin. The professor ordered the students to line up by region with the top freshmen standing in front. They were told that the principal would speak first. Principal Kalyan welcomed the aspiring heroes and kept his message short. He told them to always bet on themselves and push past their limits. He added with a clenched fist that anyone who could not do that was not needed at Lemurn. The ground fell silent until he quietly asked a nearby teacher if he had gone too far. The announcer then called for the freshman representative. Students stared in surprise when the name Leo Plov was announced. Leo looked toward Professor Ein and wondered if the supervisor had recommended him. He stepped onto the stage and greeted the professors and seniors. Students whispered among themselves as he closed the book in his hand and introduced himself as the freshman representative. When asked to share his aspirations, he gave a bold smile and told everyone that if they wanted the position they could come and take it. Shock spread through the crowd as he added that any one of them was welcome to try. The scene shifted again to the Lemurn Academy dormitory. The professor praised the students and explained that temporary classes would begin the next day. For 1 week they could attend any class they wanted before choosing 3 subjects to specialize in. He told them to rest well and not be late. Outside the dorm rooms, Carl happily realized he and Leo were neighbors and told him he looked forward to tomorrow. Leo replied that he would see him in the morning. Later he lay on his bed and closed his eyes. His thoughts drifted to what he hoped to achieve at Lemurn. In his mind he opened the door of a vast dreamy library, and believed that somewhere inside he would find the record of his own hero path. Carl walked over to Leo with a bright smile while carrying a tray and asked him to eat together. Leo agreed without hesitation. As they sat down, a student suddenly shouted for the freshman representative. Leo looked around and asked who they meant. Duran approached with a sharp expression and demanded to know if Leo truly meant what he had said during the speech. Leo kept chewing calmly and admitted that his words had been quite provocative, especially for a newcomer who seemed eager to pick a fight. Duran explained that he was the top student of the central region, yet Leo continued eating without reacting. Frustrated, Duran kicked the table and sent the food flying, but Leo quickly used magic to gather everything back in place. He smiled and reminded Duran not to waste precious food. Duran trembled with anger and claimed he would wipe the smug look off Leo's face because he could not stand someone weaker acting superior. Professor Ein stepped in and grabbed both of them. He pointed out that one was the top student of the central region and the other was the freshman representative. He noted that starting a fight on the first day meant they had already made up their minds about something. The scene shifted to the temporary classes in the Department of Night Studies. Professor Ein stood with his arms crossed as Leo and Duran entered breathlessly. Celia ran toward Leo and asked what had happened, but the professor immediately began class. He welcomed the freshmen and introduced himself as the instructor for the first-year knighthood course. He explained that they would learn about the 3 powers derived from mana. Among magic power, spirit power and aura was the hardest to master. When he asked why, Celia answered that aura lost mana's fluidity during its transformation. The professor agreed and explained that unlike magic and spirit power, which used raw mana, aura went through a refining process to sync with the physical body. Mana glowed around him as he asked the class how they used the aura stored within their bodies. Leo answered that aura was harnessed by burning mana. The professor smiled and asked what the most important factor was in burning aura. Leo replied that it was physical strength. The professor praised him and asked if he had studied aura science, but Leo said he had not. The professor thought with surprise that someone who had never formally studied aura already understood its core principles. He decided it was time to move to practical training. Students watched with awe as the professor formed an aura step. He explained that it focused aura into the legs to increase speed and agility, and its possible uses were endless. Everyone began practicing. Celia succeeded and teased Leo by telling him to call her Nuna so she could teach him. Leo brushed it off and said aura manipulation was not that complicated. The professor clapped to gather everyone's attention and mentioned the morning incident. Chelsea asked what he meant, and Carl said it had been wild, leaving Chelsea shocked. The professor then called Duran and Leo forward. He asked Duran what fueled his anger, and Duran insisted he was not angry. The professor told them both to stand on the track. He declared that the top student of the Central Region and the freshman representative would race one-on-one for the position of class representative. Aura was allowed without limits. Duran's eyes widened at the challenge. Later, Carl announced the race with excitement. He proudly introduced Duran as the lightning aura prodigy from a heroic lineage and Leo as the dark horse who had risen above top students. Students whispered that the freshman representative should prove himself now. Some said he looked too weak to pull off an aura step and admitted they never liked him. Professor Ein reminded them to accept the outcome with grace because that was true chivalry. The rules were simple. The first to cross the finish line would win. Celia watched with wide eyes and believed there was no realistic chance for Leo to win, yet she also knew he always found a way to defy the odds. The professor shouted for them to go, and the race began. Duran shouted as he ran that he was going first and Leo ran beside him with steady breaths. The students murmured that Duran was incredible. Chelsea raised her voice and told Leo to cheer up. Carl watched with wide eyes because Duran was already halfway through. Leo suddenly changed his track and rushed toward the grassy ground. Celia shouted while looking around that the moron had changed directions. Leo used magic and pushed his speed higher. His body blurred as he dashed toward Duran. Duran's eyes widened when Leo passed him and Leo said with a grin that he would go first slowpoke. Leo landed on the ground and smiled as he turned back. The students stared in shock and murmured that they could not believe what they had seen. They said Duran was probably the fastest among the first years yet Leo still won, and they even heard he had not mastered the aura step. Celia watched with wide eyes and thought that Leo had not used any ordinary aura step but a phoenix step. Carl and Chelsea shouted with excitement that Leo won and that he was amazing. Professor Ein crossed his arms and thought that Duran had used his lightning aura to reach unimaginable acceleration as expected. Yet Leo Plav, even though slower in raw speed, surpassed him with adaptability by focusing his flame aura to the limit and sending it through the tips of his toes. He created a powerful new aura technique and showed incredible skill. Leo extended his hand and said it had been a good match, and that if it were a long-range competition the result would have been different. Duran turned away and told him to get lost. Professor Ein watched with a faint smile and thought that among this generation a hero he had dreamed of guiding might finally be appearing. Chelsea ran up with bright eyes and said Leo was amazing and that she wanted to train with him. Carl spoke to Celia and asked why Leo was always called so boldly like that and said she should call him the same. Celia replied that it was obvious why she would not. Carl then said the class was over and invited everyone to the cafe, saying it was his treat. Leo refused gently and said they could go without him as he walked toward the exit. Carl asked where he was going and Leo answered that he had a summoning class. Carl stared with wide eyes and said it was strange for someone in the night department to have a summoning class. Celia watched him leave and admitted she could not figure him out at all. The scene shifted to the grassy ground where Leo walked quietly and thought about the puzzle bothering him. He wondered why forming a pact with the Fairy King was chosen as his reward. In the hero's world, rewards usually matched the power of the realm's ruler. Yet he had received a summoning ability even though Professor Elby was a mage with no link to beast summoning. Normally he should have gained magic abilities. To form a pact with a fairy he would need to travel to fairyland, but for now the ability seemed useless. A girl arrived at the field. It was Chinxia, the top freshman from the east. She approached and asked why he was not heading to his summoning class. Leo greeted her calmly and said hello. She told him he could call her Xia and said she thought he was in the night department. She had not known he was interested in summoning. He answered that he was aiming to practice spirit technique. Xia said they would be seeing each other often then and asked what kind of spirit he had signed. She summoned her water spirit and politely asked him to show his spirit. He admitted he had not signed a contract yet. Xia offered help and said she could give him pointers on summoning spirits. He said he would keep that in mind and then asked her age. She smiled and said she was 17 and that he was 15. She even mentioned she had seen him talking with Celia. Leo thought she was still young and that she even looked younger than Chelsea. Xia caught his expression and asked if he was thinking something rude about her. He denied it. She changed the topic and said his match with Duran was impressive. Leo asked if she had seen it, and she nodded before asking him to accept her challenge someday. He agreed with a small smile. She returned the smile brightly. The scene shifted to the temporary class for the summoning department. All the students were gathered. Leo looked around and asked if that was everyone. Xia agreed and said the summoning department did not seem very popular. Leo said it made sense but still found it surprising that the class was held in such a place. Suddenly a wyvern flew across the sky and landed before them. The students shouted in panic and asked where the creature came from. A girl jumped down from the wyvern and spoke cheerfully. She said he seemed to like the wyvern and introduced herself as Yura Marnin, their professor for summoning studies. Leo watched her and thought with a smile that her beauty was completely different from Luna and Lycina's. Professor Yura asked the class if everyone there had the talent to become a summoner. The students nodded with confidence, and she said she liked that spirit. She called for Carlo, the first-year summoning assistant, and told the students to pair up in groups of 2 and ride the griffins to the practice site. One student admitted nervously that they were new to griffins. Yura reacted sharply and asked if they were saying they were not ready for class, then shouted that anyone afraid could go back. She flew off on her wyvern, leaving Carlo to guide the group. He smiled and told everyone to follow the professor. The students climbed onto the large griffins. Xia asked with a gentle smile if she could take the reins of their griffin, and Leo agreed. As they flew over the water, the students murmured in excitement because they were riding griffins just as they expected from Lemurn Academy. Some asked to switch so they could try steering. Xia admitted she had been scared at first but found the griffin gentler than she expected. Leo warned her not to let her guard down because griffins were hard for beginners to handle. Suddenly their griffin's eyes widened and it shrieked. Xia panicked and shouted that it would not listen. She cried out for the professor and said she had been following instructions. Yura answered from ahead with a teasing tone and asked how she could call herself a Lemurn student if she could not control a griffin. She told her to get it under control. Xia trembled while Leo took the reins. He explained that griffins had strong pride and would rebel if someone tried to overpower them. Xia asked in confusion what had just happened. Leo steadied the creature and urged it forward. The griffin shot ahead with speed. Yura watched from above and asked Carlo if Leo was really from the night department. Carlo checked the details and confirmed it with wide eyes. Yura asked if Leo had a griffin at home. Carlo answered that he did not, and that he was not from a noble family that could own one. Yura smiled and thought it must be pure talent, and that a hidden gemstone had appeared among the students. The scene shifted to the Summon Beast Island, the practice site for the summoning department. Leo walked through the forest and plucked an orange from a tree, noticing a feather stuck to it. Xia asked what was wrong, but he said it was nothing. Yura then called for everyone to gather because they would begin a practical test. The students shouted in shock because it was only the first day and this was just a temporary class. Yura explained that summoning required more than mana sensitivity. The students needed spirit affinity for contracts, and taming skills to control summoned beasts. She reminded them that summoner heroes were few, but those who rose to that level often achieved greater feats than others. She asked if that was not why they were here. The students nodded with determination. Eliza stepped forward and asked what the practical test was. She came from a renowned northern hero family known as the Herjin House. Yura said the island was filled with summoned beasts, and that the test was to tame one from the forest and bring it back. Anyone who succeeded would get to keep the beast. The students shouted with excitement and rushed into the forest. Leo walked calmly when Eliza approached him and said she heard he had defeated Duran and wondered if she could expect impressive results from him here as well. Leo waved it off and said he was just doing his best. Yura watched them and thought they would likely become the central figures of the first year. Leo moved deeper into the forest while some students whispered that he was going too far. They said if he failed to tame a beast he would get 0 points and would have to return to the night department. Leo held the feather, poured his mana into it, and let the energy spiral around him and the feather. The scene shifted to his home camp where his mother asked if Leo was doing well. His father cooked and said it was only the first day, and she was already worrying. She said it was a big deal after all. Back in the forest, a huge flame rose in front of Leo. His eyes widened as he recognized it. He said it was one of the 3 great mythical beasts, the phoenix. The fire phoenix looked at him and said she smelled a familiar essence. She said it was the fiery scent of Lena and asked if the child before her was truly Lena's. Leo asked if she knew his mother. The phoenix answered that she did and said she had not been mistaken. If Lena had a child, they would be just like him. She said she owed Lena a debt she could never repay. She introduced herself as Farina, one of the 3 great mythical beasts. Leo greeted her respectfully and asked what connection she had to his mother. She explained that Lena had been her oath bond and the savior of Ellen Lundar's life. She said that long ago Ellen was on a dungeon conquest in Sciron and had lost all his comrades. He was barely alive when Lena saved him. But in doing so Lena lost her flames and because of that she could not ascend to the rank of hero. Leo said his mother had told him she never regretted that sacrifice. Farina said that was the kind of knight she had been. He then asked why she had come to Lemurn. Farina said she was not ready to share the reason yet. She asked why he was on the island instead of the night department. He answered that he was also taking summoning classes. Farina's eyes widened. She said it was fascinating and that fate had brought them together. She said she could finally repay her debt to Lena and asked him to stretch out his hand. He stretched out his hand and a flame floated above it. Farina looked at the golden egg forming in the fire and told him to accept it. She said she hoped they could form a contract when his summoner talent awakened and apologized to the one who had originally been meant for the oath bond. Leo asked if they could form the contract right then. Farina warned that it was far too soon and that trying it could cost him his life. Flames burst around him, and she asked if it was already too late. She said he was bold enough to attempt the impossible just like Lena and begged him to give it everything he had. Later Leo stood surrounded by flames while training. He felt the heat pressing on his lungs and wondered if this was truly the phoenix's fire. He thought about how the phoenix burned itself alive to unleash such heat, and lived every day with that pain. He understood its suffering and decided to share it. The egg began to crack and floated in the aura as fire flared around it. Leo smiled and said it had worked. Farina praised him and called him a genius. She said he would become the strongest summoner in history and congratulated him for forming a successful contract. A phoenix child emerged from the egg. Farina said its name was Flora and asked Leo to take good care of her. Leo looked at the small creature and wondered if it was truly a phoenix. It looked more like a tiny chick to him. The scene shifted to Professor Yura watching the last part of the test. She looked at a banana wombat and called it adorable while asking Carlo how much time was left. Carlo said 5 minutes. She asked if only 4 students were still missing. Sia then arrived with a small bear and happily asked if they were still within time. Yura looked surprised and said Sia was an aspiring knight who had managed to tame an aqua bear cub, which was impressive. A shadow passed overhead as a huge crow flew above them. Warden landed while holding on to the crow's leg. Yura recognized it as a shadow crow and said even skilled spirit mages struggled to tame such a mythical beast. Warden said he had failed to form a contract, but Yura told him that his effort alone was more than enough. Eliza also arrived with a white snake and said her family lacked a mythical beast, so she used this chance to form a contract. Carlo announced that time was up and said the last student was on the way. Leo walked in calmly with Flora perched on his head. Some students smirked and whispered that he had only tamed a chick and must have failed. But Yura's eyes widened. She recognized what Flora really was and thought he had actually contracted with the phoenix. Later that evening Leo knocked on Yura's office door. She invited him in with a smile and asked him to take a seat. He sat down while she studied him. She said she had never seen a baby phoenix in her life and never even knew one lived on the island of mythical beasts. She said a first year forming a contract with one was a first in Lemurn's history. Leo's eyes widened at her words. She then looked serious and told him she believed she knew who he truly was. Professor Yura hugged Leo with bright excitement and told him he was a genius in summoning magic, an unprecedented talent. She said she wanted to brag about his achievement, but it was safer to keep the Phoenix contract hidden or chaos would follow. She placed a hand on his shoulder and urged him to choose summoning magic as his main major on the last day of temporary classes, saying he had the potential to become a summoning hero remembered for centuries. The scene moved to the Lemurn Magic Building where Chloe walked through the hallway and stumbled tiredly. Carl stopped her and said she would rip her mouth with that yawn. She told him she had stayed up late reading magic books. Leo approached her, recognized her as Chloe Muller, and handed back her fallen card. She thanked him with surprise and addressed him as the freshman representative. Carl asked Leo if he was taking magic theory as well. Leo said it was the temporary class period, so he wanted to try different fields. Carl whispered about how ambitious that was and said he planned to focus only on magic. He called Chloe the Ice Empress, who aimed for the top in magic theory. When he stood up complaining about the cold, sharp ice shards suddenly formed in front of him. Chloe grabbed him and pulled him to sit beside her in the front, saying she would help him if he truly wanted to learn. Chelsea called out to Leo with a cheerful Leo Appa and waved alongside Abad. Leo looked shocked when he saw them. The professor entered and greeted everyone in a firm tone as the first-year magic theory teacher, Len Horace. He said the temporary class would start with a magic theory test. With a snap of his fingers, the test papers flew onto the desks through wind. He said that anyone below the standard would be removed from his class and that every Lemern student should know this much. He told them to submit their papers to Assistant Anna when they finished. Leo looked at the test paper and wondered if this was really the current trend in magic. The formulas felt messy to him. When time started, everyone focused. After the test, many students murmured that it had been easier than expected, but they still wondered about the last question. Leo realized he had solved only one problem and regretted not studying modern formulas. He walked out of the room thinking he would have to study magic on his own. Inside the classroom, Professor Len Horace explained how magic formulas had advanced rapidly over the centuries. He said magicians in the past needed to understand formulas deeply, but now they only memorized activation conditions. He believed this development had caused magicians to regress. He created a glowing ball above his head while saying this was the essence of a formula he designed from scratch. He encouraged the students to become magicians who could create their own formulas. He said the test contained 49 simple memory questions and one final question worth 51 points that asked for the essence of magic. He hoped his students would one day solve that final question. Chelsea quietly admitted to herself that the last question was the only one she could not solve. She wondered if Leo had given up and felt sad because she wanted to take magic classes with him. Assistant Anna then bent toward Len Horace and whispered that one student had solved question 50. The professor froze and his eyes widened as he shouted in excitement that this was the first time in his teaching career. He asked who it was and demanded the student stand up. Anna quickly corrected him and said it was not a perfect score. Len Horace calmed slightly and said they must have missed a few of the smaller questions while solving the final one. He still seemed impressed as he told Anna to continue. She explained that everything except the last question had been left blank. The professor stared in shock and asked for the student's name. She showed him Leo's profile and told him it was Leo Plav. The professor called for Leo to stand, but Chelsea explained that Leo had already left right after finishing the test. The scene shifted. Celia laughed as she told him he had solved only one question and walked out. She teased that he was a rookie in summoning and a failure in magic theory, and said something felt wrong with him. She told him to focus on swordsmanship if he wanted to be a knight. Leo kept eating and asked how she felt about training with him instead, and she refused. Professor Len arrived and asked if he was Leo Plav, the student who had mocked his class. He questioned why Leo had not solved the other questions and asked if Leo had found them too easy. Leo stood and said the professor had misunderstood. He explained that he thought he had failed because everything except the last question had been too hard. The professor stared at him and asked what he meant. Leo said he had studied magic alone at home using old books and knew nothing about new formulas. The professor suddenly lifted him and told him with excitement to follow immediately. Professor Len ran through the hallway while holding Leo, his face full of excitement. Celia watched with confusion and murmured that this really was Lemern's magic theory professor. Assistant Anna arrived moments later and asked if Celia had seen the professor. Celia told her he had just dragged Leo away. Anna clenched her teeth and wondered what trouble he had caused this time. Meanwhile, Len placed another set of test questions in front of Leo and asked him to solve them. Leo worked quietly while Len watched in anticipation. Len thought that if Leo had not solved the last question by luck, then he must already have his own magical system in his mind. When Leo turned and said he had solved everything, Len stared in shock and asked if he had done it all mentally. Leo nodded and Len felt pure joy. The scene shifted as Professor Albee walked down the hallway. Len came running and grabbed his leg with excitement. Albee pulled him up and said he had behaved like this before, but this time was too extreme. Len explained that Leo Plav, the student recommended as class representative, was actually a magic prodigy. Albee reminded him that Leo belonged to the night department, but Len insisted Leo must become a mage because wasting such talent on swords was an insult to magic. Anna caught Len as he nearly fell again and told him to hurry to class. Leo walked in and watched all of them, thinking that mages had always been and would always be crazy. Leo lay on the ground reading a book, and then closed it with a calm breath before sitting up. The scene moved to the principal office where all professors rushed in together. They burst through the door while Ein shouted that the situation made no sense and showed the headmaster a paper. The professors argued loudly as each insisted that Leo must join their own department. Ein claimed such a case had never happened since the academy was founded. The principal only laughed and said the chaos reminded him of a fictional hero, the fifth great hero Kyle, the only hero in history who mastered every class. The scene shifted again where Celia and Chelsea were racing across the field. Carl scratched his head and wondered why they never rested even on weekends. Leo explained that Chelsea had asked him for training. Carl watched them and asked why they focused only on running instead of using weapons. Leo told him stamina mattered more than weapons. Chelsea agreed and shouted that stamina was the most important thing for a battle mage. She pushed Carl aside and kept running. Leo offered water to Celia during the break. Chelsea said with a bright smile that she enjoyed running on weekends and wanted to run together with Leo. Leo answered that he planned to run with them anyway and intended to take the training seriously. Celia shouted that she had clearly said she would not train with them together. Carl looked at the two with wide eyes and wondered what kind of relationship they had to be so close. At first he even thought they were dating. Celia explained that Leo was her cousin and that he was her aunt's son. Chelsea stared at them and asked if they were from the Zerdinger family. Celia said it was not exactly like that and brushed it off as a family matter. Leo stood up and asked if they should start training. Chelsea shouted with excitement and agreed. Carl smiled and said he would take a trip to Lemuria City. Leo grabbed Celia when she tried to shout for Carl to take her with him. Carl walked away wondering why there were no noble heirs around him. The scene shifted to the class assignment day. Leo entered the classroom and Carl waved at him. Carl already knew he was in class 5. Leo asked if Chelsea was also in the same class. Chelsea greeted him while looking exhausted. Carl stared at her with wide eyes and wondered what Leo had done over the weekend for her to end up like that. Leo said it was only the basics and Chelsea shouted that she would never do it again. Students around them smirked and called Class 5 the infamous whaling class. They wondered how many would survive until the end of the semester. Another student said they were the unluckiest juniors. Then a man approached them and said that from his point of view the others were the unlucky ones. The students stared at him with wide eyes when he asked if he was right. Harlan Edmund Homerum entered the room and acted as harsh as the rumors said. He sat on a frightened student who had been used as a chair and greeted the class like a bully. He said it was nice seeing them and welcomed them to the freshman class with the lowest scores. He reminded them that many had already heard about the teacher known as the Wailing Wall. He asked why he had chosen to be the homeroom teacher for the worst class. Carl raised his hand with hope and said maybe he wanted to help them improve their grades. Harlan laughed at him and called him a perfect example of the class bottom. He asked if any of them even knew what students of Lemern were supposed to do. Chelsea raised her hand and said they were supposed to conquer the world of heroes starting with mission practice. Harlan agreed and said that was correct. Then he said most of their faces looked like they were going to die out there and people like that only dragged their comrades down. He said it was better to expel them now and avoid trouble later. That was why he took charge of Class 5 and why people called him the Wailing Wall. His eyes moved to Leo for a moment, and he thought the boy would survive. Then he ordered the whole class to get changed into their workout clothes and gather on the drill ground. It was time for combat training. The scene moved to the drill ground where all the students gathered. Harlan sat comfortably on a chair under an umbrella while the students stood nervously. He told them they were new to Lemern and needed to fix their rotten mindset. He asked what they thought would save them in a real fight. Nella Karen answered that it would be comrades who protected their sides. Harlan dismissed that and said it was their own strength that saved them. Only when their abilities were sharpened could they protect others. He asked if any of them were confident enough to defend their comrades and told Ileana to show the skill of a dark knight by creating a fireball. Ileana formed one with a smile, but Harlan mocked it and said it was too weak to burn even an ant. He told her to pour more magic into it. She created stronger mana balls with both hands and proudly asked how that was. Harlan admitted it was not bad and then summoned a spirit. He told her to hit the spirit with her impressive attack. She screamed and threw the mana balls, but they completely missed. Harlan told her there was no point in increasing power if she could not control it. He reminded the class to push themselves and break their limits. He said the lesson would not end until someone caught the sylph and ordered the heirs of Lemurn to give everything they had. Leo watched and admitted to himself that Harlan was harsh, but not wrong. He decided to try as well. Harlan turned to him and said he wanted to see what Leo could do, then wondered if the boy was just another loudmouth like a fictional hero. The students kept trying to land a hit, but none succeeded. Leo suddenly rushed forward at incredible speed. Chelsea stared with wide eyes and wondered why the thing was so fast. Carl shouted in frustration and asked how he was supposed to catch the spirit. Leo kept chasing it while the small spirit laughed and slipped out of reach every time he stretched his hand. Leo smiled and used a mana strand to grab it, but just before he caught it, Duran stepped in and seized the spirit first. Sejen Homram arrived and clapped with a proud smile. He said it looked like Class 1 needed to show Class 5 how things were done. Harlan drank his juice and asked if Sejen wanted to take over his class. Sejen frowned at the remark. Carl watched with wide eyes and said the two pillars of Lemurn were about to clash. He explained they had been teaching for more than 20 years and even legends like Ein, Yura and Len had learned from them. Nella asked playfully how he even knew that, and Carl scratched his head and said he was always quick with information. Sejen turned serious and said he did not know what Harlan was planning by taking charge of the worst class. He held a ball in his hand and said they would soon find out. He proposed a competition between Class 1 and Class 5 using the Academy's historic ball game called Bot Era. Harlan stood up and praised Sejen, saying he was a genius because the best lessons came from experience. Sejen sighed in frustration and said Class 1 would crush them. Harlan lay back on his chair and said that was Sejen's problem since he would lead the match. Sejen clenched his teeth and wondered how he kept losing to Harlan in the graduation vote every single time. Then he walked away with Duran. Harlan turned to the students of Class 5 and said this was their chance to practice their abilities against Class 1 in a game of Bot Era. He ended with a cold warning that if they lost, all of them would be expelled. Nella stepped forward and asked if he was serious because Class 1 had 3 top students. Harlan told her that was exactly why they needed to push even harder and go beyond their limits. Then he looked at Leo and asked what he was so worried about when Class 5 already had the all-class freshman representative. He ordered Leo to choose 6 students for the Bot Era match. Leo understood this was clearly a test. He felt that Harlan's gaze did not come from hatred. Many students had already lost their spirit within the first week at Lemurn Academy. Harlan probably wanted him to lead Class 5, who were acting like losers, and this Bot Era match might become the turning point that lifted their morale. The scene shifted to the field where Class 1 and Class 5 faced each other. Leo asked Chelsea why everyone looked scared. Chelsea told him he probably did not know what Bot Era truly was. Bot Era was Lemurn's traditional combat rat sports game. Leo asked if it was not just a ball game. Carl explained the problem was that it was a super dangerous one. Celia suddenly appeared and mocked Chelsea, asking if she had already admitted defeat. Chelsea snapped back and shouted she was not scared and would never lose to a Zerdinger. Leo pulled Carl and Chelsea close and told them not to worry because their class would not lose. Celia pointed at him with energy and told him she had trained hard and would not lose to him this time. Sejen raised his hand and called for participants from both classes to enter the field. Leo asked who wanted to join him. Chelsea stepped forward and said she needed to put them in their place. Ileana stepped forward as well and said if losing meant expulsion, then they had to win even if it drove them crazy, and they would show Harlan what they were made of. Leo stepped ahead and told the professor that Class 5 was ready. Sejen signaled the start and threw the ball into the air. Every student's eyes followed it. Duran and Leo both reached it at the same time, but Duran seized control and landed first. The professor announced that Class 1 earned the first move. Leo landed and asked Tate to explain the rules quickly. Tate said Bot Era was simple. They only needed to fill the ball with aura and get it into the goal using any part of the body. The first team to reach 11 points would win. He warned everyone to get ready because Class 1 was already charging. Duran punched the ball toward Leo. Leo countered with a kick. The students cheered wildly for Duran. Tate whispered that he thought Harlan planned to expel all of them. Leo asked how to gain the right to attack. Tate said there were 3 ways. They gained it if the ball went out during the opponent's possession or if they caught the ball. Before he could finish, the ball struck Ileana and sent her flying backward. Celia mocked them and asked why they were whispering instead of focusing on the match. Tate helped Ileana and told Leo that direct attacks or blocks on players were forbidden. If a teammate was hit by the ball, they became unable to continue. Attacks were only allowed through the ball. Leo picked up the ball and said it was their turn. The professors watched from the side. Sejin thought about the destructive nature of Batera and how teams with strong fire attributes always had the advantage. The Zerdinger fire was the strongest of all, and Celia carried that power. He wondered what Harlan was thinking because winning against such strength would be nearly impossible. Harlan asked Sejin if he remembered the Zerdinger child who had been their first disciple. Sejin said he could never forget the Empress of Batera. Harlan said the child of that Empress was now in Class 5. Celia smiled as if everything finally made sense. A burst of fiery aura exploded around Leo and he warned his team to be careful. He threw the ball with full force. It struck an icy pillar and tore a hole through it. Chloe smiled and said that as long as she was present, scoring would be impossible. Leo stepped closer and asked if she meant it would be possible. Leo clenched his fist and shattered the icy shard in front of him. Chloe's eyes widened in shock. Sejin watched with disbelief and admitted to himself that Leo's combat sense was remarkable. The students cheered loudly for Class 5 and shouted Leo's name. Sejin murmured that things were only beginning. The match grew harsher as the ball struck several students. Duran grabbed it and hurled it toward Class 5, but Carl caught it and laughed weakly as he admitted his mana had long been exhausted. The professor announced the score was 10-10, match point. He said the opponents had 3 top-ranked students while Class 5 only had Leo, making the situation extremely difficult. Chloe declared she would not lose this time and began creating her copies. But before she could react further, Leo vanished from where he stood. The students stared in shock as he reappeared far ahead with the ball already in hand. Celia shouted that Leo planned to score by himself. Chloe searched through the illusions and wondered where the real one was. Her eyes widened when countless reflections of Leo surrounded her. She fell to her knees and realized the magic was star magic, something impossible for a human to use. The professor declared Class 5 as the winners. Students erupted in cheers and called out Leo's name. Sejin turned to Harlan and asked what the talk about expulsion meant. Harlan simply said it was motivation. Sejin rubbed his head and walked to his students. He offered his hand to Chloe and asked if she was upset about losing. He told her that once the match ended, regardless of the result, it was customary to greet the opponent. Chloe stood and took his hand. Sejin told the class they had fought together with one heart for Class 1's victory. He praised those who cheered and those who fought and told them to hold their heads high. From behind, Harlan shouted at them and told the loser to come over and finish cleaning up. Sejin gathered both classes and told them they had all done well. Class 1 had shown their talents without holding back, and Class 5 had refused to give in and kept fighting until the end. They had broken their limits and made a comeback victory. He hoped they would continue to grow through harmony and healthy competition. He told everyone to shake hands, and both teams exchanged respectful gestures. Celia smiled at Chelsea and said she had held out longer than expected and thought she would drop out sooner. Chelsea smiled back and said Celia was so persistent she reminded her of a squid. Carl grinned at Duran and asked if their class had won this time. Chloe stood with teary eyes until Leo extended his hand and told her she had been amazing and that with more real-world experience she would become a great talent. She asked if he was making fun of her. He smiled, and she thought silently that she would defeat him someday, then took his hand. The scene shifted to 1 month later. Carl ate while asking which clubs they planned to join. Leo said he was thinking of starting his own club. Chelsea immediately said she wanted to join if Leo was the one starting it. Carl asked what kind of club it would be. Leo said he planned to make a hero research society to study Kyle, the forgotten hero and the hero of the beginning. Carl told him Kyle was not forgotten, he was fictional, and joked that no one would join. Chelsea raised her hand again and said she wanted to join. Suddenly students shouted across the campus. Carl stood up in excitement and said it was today. Leo asked what he meant. Carl explained that it was the day the 5th-year students returned after conquering the hero dungeon. Leo watched the scene and remembered it was the day when the 5th-year students returned after conquering the hero dungeon. He recalled how fragments of hero records sometimes went wild and formed dungeons. Chelsea stared with wide eyes and said they were the strongest students in Lemurn. Carl pointed at them one by one. The huge muscular man in front was Manhwa. The southern lady beside him was Toro Yen. The pale person in the hood was Senior Ulta. But Carl noticed one person was missing. Before he could think further, someone grabbed Leo by the shoulder and pulled him away. Carl looked around and wondered where he had disappeared. Meanwhile, Leo found Celia dragging him along. He asked what was going on. She told him she needed him to come with her to Lemuria City because the student council president wanted to see him. Leo asked why the president was looking for him. Celia told him he never cared about school matters and that he would understand once they arrived. They sat in a small cafe. Celia crossed her arms and asked why the president chose this place to meet. Leo said the place smelled nice. She ended up smiling. Suddenly she ran to a boy and hugged him while calling him her brother. He smiled at Leo and said it was nice to meet him, that he had heard much about him, and that Leo was aiming for the all-class. He introduced himself as Riss Zerdinger. Riss asked Celia why she looked uneasy. She said she had never eaten food like this before. After taking a bite, her expression softened and she said it tasted delicious. Riss laughed and said it was the restaurant he had wanted to bring Celia to when she first joined Lemurn. He mentioned that Leo was the son of that aunt. Leo asked if he had met his mother before. Riss smiled and said he had seen her a few times when he was young and that during her school days she became famous for many legendary stories. He explained how the dorm cafeteria once served terrible desserts, and Leo's mother led the students to storm the principal's office. Celia shouted in shock when she realized Leo's mother was the main character of that famous incident. Riss nodded with amusement. Leo thought that she truly deserved the title of Lemurn's strongest, and that it was only a matter of time before she reached the seat of a hero. Riss stood and asked if they wanted to go for dessert. Celia agreed with a nod. Riss told them to head out first while he handled the bill, but his eyes widened when the hero page in his hand suddenly began to glow. The scene shifted to Professor Harlan calling out Liana Layden and asking what silly question she had this time. Liana raised her hand and asked why Class 5 still did not have a class leader when the other classes already had one. Harlan admitted he had forgotten and simply announced that Leo would take the role. Liana protested loudly and Tave reminded the professor that they should choose fairly through a vote. Harlan ignored them and placed a stack of documents on the table, telling the class president to organize them. Both students fell silent. A voice then echoed through the speakers announcing that a joint class on hero studies would begin soon and all first-year students needed to move to the auditorium. Leo looked at Harlan and asked if they should prepare to leave. Harlan snapped his fingers with energy and said that was the spirit and that was why Leo was the class president. Carl turned to Chloe with wide eyes and said she looked exhausted. Chloe asked if she could buy any spare fatigue recovery potions he had. Carl handed her 2 and explained those were all he had left. Leo told Chloe she was pushing herself too hard, especially so early in the semester. She drank the potion and turned away, insisting she was fine. Carl watched her with confusion and said it was intense because she was ranked first in magic theory exams. Chelsea explained that Chloe must be anxious since once Leo became familiar with the latest magic trends, he might surpass her in the theory exams as well. Carl asked why it mattered if she became second. Chelsea called him an idiot and reminded him she was a wizard from the Mage Tower. She said that for battle-type wizards like herself, grades were not everything, but for Mage Tower wizards, research and study meant everything. It was a matter of pride. She then questioned if Carl was even a wizard. Carl proudly said he was and that he used magic to make a living with livelihood, magic being his pride. The scene shifted to the principal who stared with wide eyes while cleaning a plant, murmuring that the damaged hero's page was reacting. The principal asked if it was true that the hero's page had reacted. Riss nodded and explained that it was only a fragment, so damaged that it was embarrassing to even call it a page. It should not have reacted, yet it definitely did, even though no relics were nearby. The principal asked if there had been any reaction after that, and Riss said there had been none. The principal examined the page and said they would need to investigate further. He praised Riss for his work and reminded him the journey was not over. The principal then called Elena. She entered the office smiling and responded politely. The principal handed her a box and told her to take it to the Grand Hall of Beginnings, where the first-year combined class would soon have a lesson. Once alone, he thought it was rare for a fragment of that size to react and that if the full record appeared, it would definitely react. The scene shifted to the Grand Hall at Lemurn Academy, where the first-year combined hero studies class was gathering. Artian Nir shouted for everyone to be quiet, and flames burst around her. She shouted at the students to shut their mouths because they never listened. Soon, she smiled and said it was finally quiet. Leo thought that his professor was always terrifying and that a spirit summoner like her was rare, even in his previous life. Artian began the lesson and explained that after the hero record appeared, families of heroes could be established. To open a hero's world, one needed an object deeply connected or historically tied to that hero. Descendants of heroes had easier access to the hero's world. This was why Lemurn Academy, which held the hero record, maintained close interactions with hero families. She compared it to a key and a treasure chest. Leo smiled to himself and thought it was interesting. Artian explained that hero studies was an essential field where students learned clues and stories to conquer a hero's world. When they became upperclassmen, they would choose a hero to inherit power from and challenge their page. She then showed them a fragment of the hero record recovered by Lemurn's fifth-year rating team. The students looked shocked. Artian opened the box and said before experiencing the fragment, they should first share what they wanted to achieve as heroes. Celia raised her hand and said she wanted to become a knight surpassing her family's predecessors. Chloe said she wanted to compile a grimoire with only her original spells. Carl said he wanted to assist heroes. Artian commented that Carl seemed like someone who wanted to support heroes from behind and praised him. Leo said his goal was the complete annihilation of Erebus. Carl and the professor's eyes widened at his words. Artian said it was a truly remarkable goal. Sejen asked Harlan what he thought. Harlan said Leo was not someone to spout nonsense, and it was chilling. He thought that even though Erebus had been sealed in multiple fragments for thousands of years, several revivals had already caused massive catastrophes, and now Leo dreamed of completely annihilating Erebus. Artian announced that today's lesson would involve analyzing a hero record page recovered by dungeon raiders, guessing which hero it belonged to, and planning a strategy to conquer the hero's world. She reminded them the class was being observed by their homeroom professors. One professor told her to prepare for emergencies and to make sure the students did not fool around. Nella excitedly said it was her first time touching a hero record. Tate admitted he was nervous. Artian called for the class presidents to step forward, explaining that 2 hero records had been recovered but only one would be used for teaching. The other fragment was very small and brought just to show what fragments looked like. She told Leo to step forward. Leo grabbed the hero page and touched it with his hand. Golden aura burst through the area and huge magic circles formed beneath their feet. Sejen's eyes widened in surprise. Professor Sejen shouted to the students to brace themselves because it was a hero dungeon, then pointed toward the distance, and told Harlan that he saw the fortress wall. Leo thought about the age of catastrophe and the last city guarded by the walls of Gardaslan. He admitted that his unfulfilled wish had been a foolish one. A girl stepped forward and repeated the same words with a strong heart, saying they would save the world. Leo called her Lacinas and she smiled as aura flared through the area. In the next moment Leo returned to the real world and stood before Professor Artian. Xia looked around with widened eyes and asked the professors what was happening. Harlan announced that classes were suspended and told everyone to stay calm and leave the auditorium. Leo stared at the hero page and thought that Kyle's page was his own record. Harlan quietly watched him. The scene shifted to the classroom where Ileana shouted with excitement that he had seen the King of Wisdom. Chelsea said it was amazing and called it a historic event, wondering if that was Lacinas's hero record. Ileana clenched her fist and complained that she should have been the class president because it was a mischance. Carl nodded and she punched him in frustration. Harlan entered and said she had come to scold the noisiest class, then told them to choose self-study or expulsion before walking out. Leo wondered why his hero record was the only one that looked like a complete mess. It was in such a broken state that he could not even tell whose world it was meant to show. It felt as if someone had destroyed it on purpose. He remembered that a hero record was an item that passed down the power of a hero. If someone feared the rise of a new hero, then someone like Erebus could be involved. Leo decided he needed to find out why his hero record had been divided in the first place. The scene moved to 1 month later in the magic department class. Professor Len Horace explained that an original was a unique magic and that this would be their midterm practical exam. He said original magic showed the individuality of a magician, and in the current era most people only relied on activation techniques. He reminded them that original magic could become a secret technique that protected them in dangerous moments. He mentioned the star magic learned by all elves and said it was only a small imitation of the true original. Only one person in history had wielded the real star magic, Luna, the founder of Nebulage. Chloe watched Leo carefully, But his eyes moved to her book and he wondered if it was a grimoire. Professor Len finished class and told them everyone must be excited to discover their own magic. When class ended, Leo called out to Chloe and asked with a friendly smile if she wanted to have lunch together, while thinking about the grimoire she had hidden earlier. She refused with a cold look and said she did not have time because she was going to beat him in the exam. Carl appeared and teased Leo, saying the rascal was brave for challenging the top student of the Ice Queen's magic studies. He admitted he had already lost to Leo in techniques. Chloe stated that she would not let anyone pass her in magic techniques, and that she would win no matter what. Leo smiled and said backing out would be disrespectful to her. Her eyes widened when he extended his hand and told her they should both prepare well. She took his hand. The scene shifted to the Tower of Heroes. Leo thought that somewhere in this place stood Lemurne's forbidden library, and that if he could reach it, he might discover clues about his missing hero record. As he climbed the stairs, nearby students whispered about the first year wandering there, and wondered why he had come. A girl stopped him and called his name. She formed a gentle bubble of mana and greeted him warmly, saying she had heard much about him from Professor Rin. She introduced herself as Tori Yen from the Department of Magic, 5th year. Leo bowed politely. She asked what business a first year had in the Tower of Heroes. He told her with a calm smile that he had come to meet the student council president. She said he would have a good chance if he joined the magic department. He explained that he was already taking classes there. She stepped aside and he thanked her as he passed. Before he moved too far, she called out again and told him to declare his major as the Department of Magic before the semester ended. She said she hoped she had made herself clear. Leo turned back with a small smile and continued toward the lift. When he pressed a button and it did not respond, he muttered in confusion. A boy approached and pressed the button while channeling mana into it, explaining that this was how it worked. He greeted Leo with a friendly smile and said it was a pleasure to meet the rumored first-year class representative. He introduced himself as Lee Zamua from the Department of Knights, 5th year. Leo greeted Zamua with a polite bow. Zamua asked what had brought him to the Tower of Heroes, and Leo replied with a calm smile that he had business with the student council president. Zamua remarked that Leo was a freshman who did not seem scared at all and was bold enough to walk straight into the president's office alone. He joked that Leo should consider joining the night department. Leo laughed lightly at the comment. Later, Leo stood outside the office and wondered if he was already tired before the real conversation even began. He knocked and announced himself, asking if he could enter. Riz called for him to come in. When Leo stepped inside, Riz asked what he needed. Leo explained that he wanted access to the Forbidden Library. Riz widened her eyes and said she knew Leo was not someone who acted without reason. She told him there were only 2 ways for a normal student to enter the Forbidden Library. The first was to conquer the hero dungeon, since the conqueror traditionally returned the pages to the hero record. When she moved on to the second way, she only chuckled and said she would reveal it once he joined the student council. The scene moved to the day of the practical exam for the night department. Carl was already excited and chattered that the long-awaited exam had finally arrived. He said no one could watch a match like this without popcorn. Chelsea said it looked like Carl had gone deep into business. Ileana laughed and said it was typical of him, and that he would have been earning money even if he were not in Lemurne. Leo noticed that Chloe had not come. Professor Ein crossed his arms and announced the first sparring match between Hall Snaif from Class 1 and Leo Plav from Class 5. Carl rushed to Professor Sejen and excitedly asked if he wanted to buy popcorn and a drink. Sejen sighed and asked if Carl really thought he would buy it, then told him to ask Harlan instead. Carl's eyes widened in surprise. Celia asked Sejen in a cheerful voice if he was buying them popcorn because it looked delicious. The students chanted his name with excitement. Sejen finally said to hand them out 1 per person and Carl quickly agreed. Leo told Hall he was lucky to be the first opponent. Hall replied that Leo did not seem to care about him, and would regret that. The nearby students murmured that they wondered how skilled the class representative was. They whispered that since Leo was majoring in 3 subjects, there had to be a gap compared to those who focused on one. They reminded each other that Hall was the 3rd strongest in Class 1, right after Celia and Duran. Green mana rose around Hall as he thought about how arrogant Leo looked while spending time with Celia. Professor Ein declared that the one who made the other unable to fight would win and told them to treat the spar like a real battle. Leo's eyes widened as he felt that energy surging toward him. The scene shifted to the room where Chloe was studying. She grew frustrated and said it was not working, and that she could not create a unique magic with her own abilities alone. She insisted she could not lose to Leo in the practical exam. Her eyes moved to the grimoire, and she whispered that with it she could win. Back at the spar, Hall rushed forward with a smirk and said he would win and that Leo was careless. Leo dodged the first strike, but Hall attacked again. This time Leo caught the spear. Hall clenched his teeth as he wondered what kind of strength Leo possessed. Leo pulled the spear toward himself and punched Hall in the face, throwing him to the ground. He asked who had said he was careless. Green mist burst around Hall as he released his poison aura. He told Leo not to show off and claimed the real duel began now. He thought that Leo could not even use aura and that strength alone could not fix fundamental weaknesses. Leo murmured that poison aura was unique as flames formed in his hand. Hall warned that unless Leo had something equal to Celia's flame aura, it would be hard to overpower him. Leo approached calmly and said Hall was the one being careless. Red light surged around him as his aura flared stronger than before. Duran watched with crossed arms while Xia's eyes widened as she wondered when Leo had increased the power of his flame aura to such a level. Hall stared at Leo's flames and wondered how they had reached the same level as Celia's. He called Leo a crazy fool for insisting on becoming an all-rounder when he was that strong. With a sharp grin he said he had originally prepared his next technique to defeat Celia. He threw the snake poison toward Leo and shouted that he never expected to use it on him. Leo thought it was not bad at all. Hall imagined Celia watching and boasted that this was the move he had created to counter her flames. The snake poison wrapped around Leo, but Leo broke it apart with ease. Hall's eyes widened in disbelief and he attacked again in panic. Leo unsheathed his sword and cut through the strike cleanly. He pointed his blade toward Hall and said one should never let their guard down before the flame faded. The professor announced Leo as the winner. Chelsea cheered with excitement and said it was just as expected from Leo. Carl shouted that he knew he could rely on him. Hall lay there thinking that Leo's real combat skill was far higher than he imagined, and that it made sense he often stayed at Celia's house. Celia walked to Hall with a warm smile and told him he had done well. Hall turned his head in confusion. The professor announced the next match. Ileana stepped forward with a bright smile and asked who her opponent was. The name Kem Xia from Class 5 echoed across the field. Ileana's eyes widened when she heard it. Xia stepped forward calmly, and the two girls stood face to face. Xia greeted Ileana with a gentle smile and asked her to take care of her. Ileana smiled back and said the same. When the professor announced the start, Xia gathered water in her hand while Ileana's golden aura rose brightly. Ileana rushed forward, but Leo watched with crossed arms and thought Hall still looked hurt. Xia easily threw Ileana aside and Ileana hit the ground. The professor declared Xia as the winner. Ileana sat up and said at least she had not backed down against her. Leo said it was a shame because the match had been bad for Ileana from the start, and she might have done better if she had stayed calm. The professor then called Celia from Class 1 against Duran from Class 1. Celia smiled and said it would be interesting because her opponent was him. Duran's expression sharpened. Leo commented that the match would be interesting and Carl said it was starting. Aura burst around both Celia and Duran. Celia declared she wanted to see who the strongest student in the night department truly was. They clashed at full power. A student whispered that this was the combat ability of the top students. Carl said it was incredible and asked Leo who he thought would win. Leo answered that Celia would lose at the current pace, but he noticed something in her eyes that told him she had a hidden plan. Duran rushed in again, but Celia dodged and raised her sword as flames burst around her. Leo said she had used her head well. Carl looked shocked. Leo explained that the training ground was small, and because Celia could not match Duran's speed, she had turned the space into her own battlefield. With the heat and the limited space, Duran's movements would now be restricted and the flames would make it hard to see. He said Celia had already been amazing but had grown even stronger. Duran complained about the heat and attacked again, but Celia grabbed his sword and smiled. She said she had caught him and then slammed her head into his. Duran fell to the ground. The professor declared Celia as the winner. Celia smiled and told him to focus on developing his strength too. Duran sat up and accepted her hand as he stood. Leo and Carl shouted that she was awesome. Professor Harlan stepped forward and said he had heard Leo's explanation clearly. Then he announced the final results of the practical exam. Celia, Duran and Xia each finished with 4 wins and 1 loss, while Leo stood at the top with 5 wins and no losses. A week later the academy held the written test for linguistics. Professor Harlan told them they had worked hard and waved his hand as he warned them to work even harder so they would not fail from a bad exam before closing the door behind him. Ileana shouted about dreaded expulsion, while students crowded around Chelsea and begged to see her answer sheet. Chelsea smiled and asked whom she should show it to first. Nella turned to Leo and asked how the exam went. Leo said it was not too bad. Nella teased that even someone like their class president could make such a face. Leo wondered if he really looked like that, and Nella smiled and told him to let her know if he had any aches because she would heal him. Carl groaned that his shoulders and back were stiff and asked Nella to help him too, but Chelsea punched him lightly and said with a smile that the pain would go away if she did that. Chelsea changed the topic and asked Leo about his practical summoning training. She said Tade claimed Leo barely showed up at the summoning field. Leo answered that he had been practicing quietly out of sight. Chelsea said that was typical of him, and asked what rank he thought he would get in the summoning exam. Leo said he would take first place. The day of the summoning practical exam arrived and the scene moved toward the start of the test. Runba Test stood on the ground and announced that they had gathered once again for the biggest first semester event for the first years, and welcomed everyone to the summon creature race. Celia looked around and asked if this was really a test. Riz raised his hand and explained that the race was a long tradition of the summoning department, and always popular. He said it was also a chosen event in the interdepartmental exchange, so it always drew attention. Tade complained about the noise and said everyone crowding around was annoying. Eliza stepped forward with a smirk and asked Leo if he had prepared for the summoning practical as thoroughly as he did for the night studies exam. Leo nodded and said of course. Eliza said she had never seen him practice even once. Leo clenched his fist and insisted that she was right. Some students shouted for him to step aside if he was not serious. Tade asked what was wrong with everyone, but another student warned him not to defend Leo just because they were in the same class. They claimed Leo was disrespecting their department. Xia whispered that the atmosphere felt tense even before the test had begun. Sun Lu smirked at her and said that since she got good grades in the night studies department, she probably did not need to worry about summoning. Warden grew tired of the noise and stepped forward, telling everyone to stop arguing about how much they had ridden their summoned creatures. Sun Lu exploded and demanded to know what he meant. Warden crossed his arms and said it was annoying listening to them brag as if riding their summons more times was something impressive. Sun Lu raised his finger and accused Warden of feeling guilty since he barely showed up for taming training. Warden replied with a cold expression and said the training was not worth his time because he was not an idiot who failed to handle a griffin. Sun clenched his fist and prepared to shout, but Leo stepped in and grabbed his arm. Leo reminded him that starting a fight before the exam would lead to disqualification, not just punishment. Tade scratched his cheek and explained that the atmosphere in the summoning department was not good. He said summoning studies naturally had a big skill gap between majors and minors. Since Leo and Chen Xia, who were not single majors, were ranking high, the second-year seniors had called them together. He added that Leo never showed up for practice, which made things even worse. Leo thought that he understood why others might see him as negligent. High above, someone covered in dark aura watched the scene and said that it was finally starting before disappearing into a portal. Sun clenched his teeth and thought that he would see them at the test. He planned to crush them all. Runba announced the rules before the race began. First-year students in the summoning department could only use their summoning skills. Even dual-class students were not allowed to use aura or magic. Once the test started, they had to tame the griffin in front of them, pass through the island of summons, use the silent lake as a turning point, and head back. The winner would claim the spotlight in the first semester midterm summoning practical exam. Both teams stood face to face as Professor Yura shouted for the rookies not to be nervous and to stick to what they had practiced. She warned anyone who panicked would be left behind. She smiled and shouted for them to start. All the students began running. Some gathered fiery mana and threw fireballs at Leo and Warden. Rumba announced that the summoning department students seemed to be ganging up on Leo and Warden as if coordinated beforehand. Fiery mana swirled around Leo, but he shouted for Warden not to worry and to go ahead because it was still an exam. Tade looked on confused, while other students complained it was unfair. Leo thought he knew some students did not like him, but he had never expected them to go this far. Rumba explained that despite the jeering crowd, Warden had strategically dispelled the elemental magic at that moment. Warden asked Leo if he needed help, but Leo said he had it under control. Warden flew off on his flying horse while mana swirled around Leo, making Chelsea widen her eyes. Professor Yura watched the scene and felt the divide among the first-year students was deeper than she expected. They openly turned against one person, and she worried because Leo's main skill was beast summoning, not spirit summoning, which made the match far more difficult for him. Her eyes widened when Leo suddenly summoned spirits and spoke to them in their own languages. She felt shocked by how fluent he sounded and thought he must study summoning no matter what. The test continued in the sky where students flew on griffins. One student felt pleased and said it served Leo right, calling him a useless representative who could not even start the race. Sin asked Eliza if it felt satisfying. Eliza admitted she did not like this at all and said they could have beaten Leo or anyone else without using dirty tricks. She wondered what people would say about the summoning department after this. Sin did not care and said humiliation was enough. Eliza told him to think before acting next time. Sin grew annoyed and called her arrogant in his thoughts. He believed they could still claim second place since he was good at handling flying beasts. As he prepared himself, he looked back and froze when he saw Xia moving ahead while standing on her griffin. He could not understand that stance and felt shocked because she reached that speed without any spiritual power. In anger and panic, he shouted for everyone to target her too. A girl summoned her spirit and rushed it towards Xia, shouting her challenge. Xia rolled her griffin aside and dodged with ease. The girl's eyes widened in shock before Xia struck back, sending her falling as she screamed that it was cheating. Xia replied with a calm smile that she had not even used aura, then sped forward and greeted Sin in midair. Sin warned her that she had made a mistake by turning them into enemies. Xia admitted she was disadvantaged in an aerial fight but reminded him she was not the only one he should worry about. She smiled and said someone else was angry about their tricks. A sudden blast shook the air as Warden appeared. She noted that Warden believed in returning every slight. Flames gathered in his hands as he said he had received their gift and hurled fire toward them as his return. Explosions filled the sky while the opposing team tried to evade them. Rumba announced that Leo, the first-year representative known in Lemern for aiming to join the all-class, seemed unable to stand out and wondered if summoning was his weakness. Leo stood before his griffin and said that such pranks were disgraceful for hero candidates. Leo held the reins of the griffin while Rumba announced that he was trying to tame it by force, something no one should attempt with a wary beast. Celia watched with wide eyes and wondered why Leo was pushing himself so hard. Riz believed Leo must have his reasons. Leo climbed onto the griffin and spoke to it gently, telling it he understood its feelings and that it needed to listen to him now. His expression turned cold as he ordered it to kneel. The griffin's eyes widened before it obeyed, and Leo embraced it before mounting again. Rumba announced that the griffin had an injured wing and that Leo's misfortune kept piling up, making last place seem certain. Golden aura rose from Leo's hand as he told the griffin it had endured well and called it brave. In the name of the Covenanter, he summoned Flora, and golden light spread across the griffin's body as it began to fly again. Celia asked about the flame, while Riz stared at the screen and thought it was not the Zerdinger flame, or even an aura flame. He wondered what it could be. Meanwhile, Leo pushed his speed even further. As he flew, he noticed a wyvern ahead. His eyes widened as he realized what it was. He murmured the name Fafnir with disbelief. The scene shifted to a few minutes ago. Eliza rushed forward with fierce eyes and shouted that this was where it ended for the warden and that she would not let him take first place. But the warden snapped his fingers and a flame burst open in front of her. The blast shook the air, yet Eliza dodged it with sharp focus. She thought that his explosion attack used spirits of wind and fire, and that this was not just simple spirit control. She had never heard that Warden was taking magic lessons. She smirked and said that no matter how strong his attack was, it was useless if it failed to hit her. Warden kept attacking many times, but she dodged every strike. Small blasts popped in the air around her. He gathered mana in his hand and said he wanted to see if she could dodge this as well. He threw sharp shards toward her. Eliza pushed the reins and the griffin breathed fire, breaking the shards into pieces. Warden watched with shock and thought about summon enhancement. Rumba announced that the battle was incredible. Eliza had countered Warden's attack powered by 3 spirits by using summon enhancement. At that moment Xia saw her chance and slipped ahead, while everyone watched the fight. Xia said well done and that she would gladly take the lead. But before she could move further, a girl threw a rope around her neck and shouted that she could not allow Xia to pass. A sudden blast shook the air, but Xia dodged it and landed on her griffin safely. She smiled and said that the aces of the summoning department were no joke. Ahead of her she saw 2 black wyverns. Sin rode one of them and shouted that he would kill all those fools. Xia shouted that riding a summon other than a griffin was against the rules. Sin yelled back to shut up and said he did not care about rules. He screamed that those who relied on their so-called innate talent could all go to hell. Suddenly Leo appeared behind them, flying on his griffin. Sin turned and asked how Leo had managed to follow him, but then said it did not matter and he would kill him too. All the students widened their eyes. Leo calmly asked where Sin had gotten that lizard. Sin smirked and said Leo must be jealous, and claimed it was his ability through his summoning skills. Leo thought that Sin was mistaking that creature for a summon, and that it was ridiculous. He recognized it as Fafnir, a monster once controlled by the sorcerers of Tartarus, and one of the beasts exterminated during the Age of Calamity. He wondered how Sin had managed to handle such a creature. Sin shouted and the monster released aura from its mouth. Students scattered to dodge it. But the mana beam turned towards Xia. Her eyes widened and she formed a water shield around herself. The energies crashed together with force. She screamed as the impact overwhelmed her, and she fell from the sky with her griffin. Leo rushed forward thinking she had lost consciousness. He caught her and thought that he first needed to ensure Xiao's safety. Warden shouted for everyone to get to the ground and the students flew downward. Sin smirked as he descended and said that looking down from above felt good. Rumba tried to comment that the players had gone off course and were out of the video range and that Sin had summoned a black wyvern and attacked everyone, but Professor Yura kicked him and scolded him for commentating at such a time. Yura quickly ordered the summoning department assistants to deploy their flying summons and suspended the match. Sejen arrived and asked what was happening. Yura explained that Sin had made a contract with a high-level beast instead of an ordinary summon. She said he would not be able to withstand its influence for long, and she questioned whether Sin was really handling such a creature alone. Harlan asked if she meant someone else might be controlling it. Yura said she was not sure but it was possible. Harlan ordered her to take the summoning assistants and intercept Sin, subdue him and eliminate the beast if needed. He told the rest of the faculty to spread out and protect the students. Yura agreed. Harlan then told Sejen to come with him, and they rushed out. The scene shifted to the grassy ground. Leo held the unconscious Xiao while Warden landed nearby. At the same moment Sin landed with a twisted smile. He mocked them and said if they wanted to run away they should have hidden better instead of gathering in the clearing. Leo calmly said he did not run away. Sin paused in confusion. Leo stepped forward and told him that the creature he was riding was neither a summon nor a black wyvern. Sin laughed and said that as someone from the summoning department he knew it was a black wyvern and questioned why Leo acted like he knew better. Leo said it was the beast Fafnir. Sin's expression froze. Leo remembered his past life and said he had come to exterminate that vile creature. Sin laughed wildly and Eliza said he was completely out of his mind. Sin shouted in anger and asked if he still looked like nothing to them, then ordered the wyvern to burn them with its fire. A huge stone golem rose from the ground and blocked the flames. Warden stepped forward and said he agreed with Leo about eradicating a disgusting existence. Sin clenched his teeth and thought about the golem magic technique. Eliza told Leo he was acting cool on his own and said she would join him. She added that first they needed to pull that idiot out of the enemy's grasp. Warden warned that the golem was about to collapse and told them to prepare. Leo replied that Warden never did anything right. Sin shouted that the golems were nothing special and praised his summoned beast, demanding the little rats show themselves. The golem shattered. Eliza stepped ahead and formed a rope of mana. Sin closed his eyes and snapped his fingers, furious that she dared attack him. The wyvern gathered a ball of mana in its mouth, but Warden created flames in his hand and small blasts burst near the wyvern's mouth. He told Leo it was time. Leo rushed in and kicked Sin in the face before landing on the wyvern's back. Sin trembled with rage and said Leo had done well trying to pull the boy away from the enemy but that this was as far as they would go. Eliza shouted at Leo, asking how he could go alone. Sin mocked him and asked if he was afraid, calling him a young hero candidate. Leo said he knew Sin was the beast mage Tartarus, and asked where his main body was, saying it could not be far. Sin smirked and asked if Leo had seen through his true identity. He said it was interesting that Leo stayed calm in such a situation, and called him the perfect hero in the making. He declared that Leo would die there. Sin slashed out with mana and Leo fell from the wyvern. As he dropped through the air, Leo called out to Fiora and said it was time for her to shine. Flora appeared beside Leo and he smiled. He thought about how he had been an all-rounder in his past life but never reached the ultimate in any single path. Aura had been mastered better by Aaron and Dueno, magic by Luna, and summoning by Lysinas. So he had chosen the fusion of abilities, combining aura and magic, magic and spiritual power, and spiritual power and aura. Flora transformed into a large phoenix as he worked. Leo smiled and said it finally looked more like a phoenix. The wyvern roared and Leo noticed it reacted to the phoenix energy, the opposite power of the beasts. Sin stared at the phoenix and asked what Leo's true identity was. Leo said he would answer if Sin told him where he had gotten Fafnir. Sin said Leo even knew about beasts from the age of disaster, and that he could not be allowed to live. The wyvern formed a ball of mana. Leo looked at the swelling mana and called out to Flora, warning that it was coming. Mana twisted around them and both energies collided. Sin smirked and told it to end already. But Leo sensed the main body of Tartarus being attacked and felt its spiritual power weakening. He shouted his moment and hurled fiery mana forward. The blast shook the ground. He praised Flora and told her it was time to return. But Flora shrank into her baby form and Leo began to fall. The scene shifted to a cloaked man working magic. He murmured that this was as far as the hero candidate would go, and tried to end it. But his eyes widened when Sejen arrived and created a bright light around him. Sejen declared it was over for the beast mage Tartarus. The mage laughed and said the two pillars of Lemurn had come, but they would have to delay the fight until next time. Then he vanished into darkness. Sejen asked Harlan if he had missed the final blow. Harlan said the enemy had begun to move in earnest. Sejen nodded as he examined the signs and said Lemurn was no longer safe. Meanwhile Leo kept falling with the baby Flora in his arms. He told her to return to the summoned beast world. His eyes widened when a wyvern caught him. Professor Yura looked at him and asked if he was okay before smiling and saying she was glad they had arrived in time. In a dark cave a female mage complained that it was not easy and said she had not expected to be stopped by a mere hero candidate. Another wounded mage clenched his teeth and said that Leo was not an ordinary candidate because he had made a contract with a phoenix and had even seen through the true nature of Fafnir. She smirked and said things were becoming unexpectedly interesting. The scene shifted to the academy. Leo walked down the hallway and thought about the summoning department's midterm exam, which had been cancelled. Sun Lu had died. The incident made the freshmen understand the dangers of dungeons more clearly. Everyone was curious about the true nature of the creature Sun had contracted, but Leo and the others chose to stay quiet under Professor Yura's command after realizing it had been a subspecies of the black wyvern. The scene shifted to the day of the magic department's practical exam. Professor Len stood with his arms crossed. Chelsea asked Chloe if she had stayed up all night because she did not look well, but Chloe sat silently in her seat. Leo observed her quietly. Professor Len said that everyone had arrived with no absences, and told the class to pay attention. He said everyone had prepared original magic that reflected their individuality, and that it would be a shame for him to witness such amazing magic alone. He introduced 3 guests who had graduated from the magic department 3 years earlier. They were Rilda Fedney, Fidman Slack and Shin Hughes. They stood as the judges who would evaluate the students. The 3 greeted the class. Carl whispered to Leo that he felt the judges would be generous with their scores. Leo asked if they really would be. Professor Len then called for Liana Layden to step forward. Ileana nodded and stepped onto the stage. She greeted the seniors and said it was an honor to meet them. She explained that her main attribute was light, and showed how she added a flame flower formula to light magic. Heat gathered around her, and she said she could release strong thermal magic that way. Shin asked with wide eyes if there was any difference from normal laser magic. Ileana looked confused as the judges wrote down her score. Len checked the paper and announced her grade as C, then called for the next student. The exam continued. Smith Rebecca and Nick Arbin received CS, Carl Thomas earned a B+, and Chelsea Llewellyn earned an A. The judges whispered that the results were not bad but still disappointing, especially after hearing that this year's scholarship students were supposed to be exceptional. Idman said they should see the remaining students, and thought they still seemed average. Len called the next name, and asked Abad Llewellyn to step forward. The girls in the room grew excited. Abad wrote his formula on the board and explained that his advanced magic was called Tempest, and that its danger level would be top rank once complete. The scene briefly shifted to earlier at the Llewellyn Manor. Abad had been practicing magic while mana swirled around him. A sudden storm erupted, and he saw a small lamb being pulled into the wind. He clenched his teeth, rushed forward and caught it in his arms. He asked if it was okay and held it gently. Back on stage, he explained that Tempest maximized the power of wind. He said it looked simple, but it was a unique formula magic that was extremely difficult to execute. Len announced his grade as a plus. He crossed his arms and called the next student. Leo stepped onto the stage. He said the unique magic he would present was from the non-attribute formula system. Leo asked if all existing magic techniques required attribute manifestation. Shin nodded and said it was the minimum requirement to activate any magic. Leo smiled and said his unique magic formula system could be compatible with all those techniques. The judges looked surprised. Shin asked if he meant he wanted to create a new magic system. Leo nodded and confirmed it. Professor Len thought happily that this child had to become a great mage. Idman complained that they had not come to hear nonsense. Len shouted that he was eager to see it and told Leo to write down the technique quickly. Rilda agreed to take a look. Leo began writing on the board. Rilda said that in history, only one mage had a magic formula system as their unique magic. Leo nodded and said it was the founder of the nebula, Luna. Shin asked if he wanted to stand on equal footing with Luna and questioned whether he could compare to her. Leo said no, that Luna was incomparable, but creating a magic formula system did not require the same level of genius. Shin's eyes widened. Leo finished writing. Rilda said he had not been speaking nonsense. Idman noted that the structure seemed to allow any magic to be used without penalty. Chelsea admitted she could not interpret the formula. Carl yawned and said he had already given up. Idman asked Leo why he had created the magic system. Leo said it was to freely use all the magic that existed in the world. He thought that the junior was completely insane and understood why the higher-ups thought highly of this batch. He then asked what the name of this unique magic was. Leo gathered mana in his hand and Shin's eyes widened. She thought of the Bible, the magic system used by hero Kyle, and smiled, wondering if Leo could prove that Kyle had really existed. Shin handed her paper to Len. Len smiled and gave Leo an A+. Leo thought that this was a technique that had not been perfectly perfected even in Kyle's time. Chloe observed him quietly. Leo asked if she was okay. Len then announced that only one presenter remained, Chloe Muller. Rilda asked if she had been the top student in the magic department's practical class, and what magic she had prepared. Chloe said she had prepared a flame-type magic. Chelsea's eyes widened as she thought it was strange to choose an opposing attribute as unique magic. She had expected Chloe to be on the same level as the first two students. Rilda said that if that was all, there was nothing more to see and began to announce Chloe's score. But Chloe interrupted, gathering water around her while flames still burned in her hand, and said she would show the true value of her magic. Abad's eyes widened as he thought it might go out of control. The judges asked if Chloe had really given eternity to her magic. Chloe smiled and said she had. Unless she cancelled it, the flame would not be extinguished. She clenched her fist, and the flames went out. Idman thought that magic was a law of formulas and any magic would fade without power, but Chloe had created invariability in the formula. He wondered how it was possible. Chloe smiled and said her unique magic was called Unquenchable Flame. Leo thought it was impossible. Len announced Chloe's grade as A+. Leo thought about the unquenchable flame and realized even Luna had failed at it. Only one being had ever created an everlasting flame, Erebus. Later in the library, Celia asked if she should call Chloe, but said she was probably sleeping since she had gone to bed early during the exam period. Leo said there was nothing he could do and decided to leave for now. Celia asked if something had happened to Chloe lately. Leo turned confused as she explained that Chloe had become more sensitive, had fought with classmates, and there were rumors she had been hanging out with troublemakers from the magic department. Later, Leo sat alone when Flora appeared. He smiled. Flora asked with a smile if he had called her, and Leo nodded. Leo wondered why Farina was still staying in Lemurn. He thought that the divine beast Phoenix and the monster were opposing forces, so there must be a reason for her to remain. Farina told him that 5 years ago Lemurn had been attacked, and 2 students and 3 staff members had died. The culprit was never found. In the end, Headmaster Kellyan Baden had asked her to search Lemurn, and since then she had been tracking their presence. Leo asked if she was aware of the incident during the summoning exam when the beast summoner had appeared. She nodded and said she had heard that a student had lost his life. He asked if she thought Tartarus was behind it. She held Flora and said they were still only at the stage of suspicion, and she could not say more. Leo then asked her to relay a message to Headmaster Kallian, telling him it might not have been just Sun Lu, the student Tartarus had reached out to. Farina's eyes widened. The scene shifted to the day of the Heroic Studies and Combat Studies joint practical exam. Professor Harlan shouted for Class 5 to assemble, and told them that once everyone had gathered, the class representative would explain the exam details. Leo explained that the joint exam was about forming teams and conquering the world of heroes. The world they would be conquering was based on the Chad murderers incident. The students' eyes widened in shock. Ileana asked what the Chad murderers incident was. Carl said she really did not know. Harlan told everyone to be quiet and listen carefully as the class representative continued. Leo explained that 30 years ago, first-year students of Lemurn sent on a mission to the central Chad murderers' forest had been attacked by Tartarus. At that time, Professor Ulby, a sorcerer with the evil eye and only a second-year student, had been dispatched as part of the rescue team and had narrowly prevented total annihilation. The mission objectives were to rescue the injured, subjugate the beasts, and assist Professor Ulby. Harlan said the exam was not just a simple midterm assignment. It was also meant to instill a sense of urgency, and anyone deemed hopeless would be expelled immediately. He smiled and encouraged the students to believe in themselves, saying they had grown enough. The students looked at him with admiration. Professor Artian then began the team assignments, and called Class 1 to come out in order. Chelsea asked if the teams were not supposed to be formed within their own class. Carl commented that it looked like they might take the exam with students they had never met before. Leo thought while holding the number 11 ball that Team 11 seemed lost in the lineup. Professor Artian announced that the team assignments had been completed and called Team 1 to the summoning circle. Chelsea smiled and said it was reassuring to be with the Princess of Zerdinger. Celia smiled and said they would show the power of the Raudern Empire. Professor Ulby opened the hero record of the Chad murderers incident. Celia and Chelsea looked surprised. Professor Sejen observed the screen and said that Celia had dashed out the moment they entered and that those from a distinguished heroic family were impressive. He laughed and said that with Celia on their team, a top rank was practically guaranteed. Harlan said that Chelsea Llewellyn's performance stood out even more. The principal stepped forward and said it was impressive that the first team completed their mission so quickly and praised the most promising first years. Sejen asked what had brought the principal there. The principal said he had come to see how much the first graders had grown. He apologized to Professor Ulby for bringing up painful memories every year. Ulby said he had promised himself never to forget, and considered it more of a blessing. Chelsea and Celia then defeated the monster, and Team 1 successfully completed their mission. The principal observed the teams and thought that as expected of the Zerdinger and Llewellyn families, they might bicker often but ultimately belonged to the same empire. Later, Team 3 completed their mission successfully. The principal noted that they had put their two strongest members at the forefront, while the rest provided support, a strategic move. Team 4 then succeeded, and the principal thought Nella Caven's healing aura was exceptional and Chen Xia's movements were impressive. Team 7 completed their mission next, and the principal thought that while there were many excellent students, the most promising was still Leo Plav, whose path gave him a nostalgic feeling. Ulby asked Team 11 if everyone was ready and opened the hero record. Leo thought something felt off. Golden circles formed beneath their feet and a golden aura burst around them. Leo and Chloe vanished from their places. The students looked shocked. Sejen asked in surprise what had happened. The principal asked Ulby what was going on. Ulby said they needed to stop the exam and showed the blood on the hero record. The principal's eyes widened and he said it could not be, confirming that it was a hero dungeon call. Leo and Chloe found themselves in a forest, confused. Leo murmured that normally a quest notification should appear and he wondered if this strange situation was actually the call of a hero dungeon. Chloe said she had never heard of a page from the hero records going berserk and insisted it was not a lost page. Leo tried to reach the professor and said he could not see the other group members and no one was answering. Chloe said this could not be happening and that the examiners would stop the test soon and pull them out. Leo said that if they could stop it they would have done it already and he felt certain this was a hero dungeon they had to conquer. Chloe shouted in shock and said his words made no sense. Leo said this world was dangerous and even 10 people struggled to finish the mission and he reminded her of how many had died here 30 years ago. He said there was no other way out of the dungeon. Chloe shouted that Tartarus caused the Chad murderers incident to eliminate hero candidates like them. She fell to the ground and covered her ears and said the entire forest was a giant trap. Leo knelt before her and reminded her she was the best in the first year. He extended his hand and said that if they joined forces they could definitely conquer it. Chloe thought while gritting her teeth that she did not understand how Leo could stay so calm, and she had believed they would only be trapped. She stood up and asked if he had a plan. Leo said there were 2 conditions to clear the Chad murderers. He said they had to rescue the first-year students and ensure their safety, and to do that they needed to strengthen their power. Chloe asked how they could do that when they had no support from outside. Leo said they were the only 2 Lemurn Academy students in this forest. Chloe realized the seniors who had died in the past should still be alive in this dungeon, and she asked what he was doing. Leo knelt and told her to get on his back. She became flustered and asked why she should. He said they did not want their seniors to face Tartarus before them, and since she was a mage her mobility was low. The scene shifted to the forest where other students were fighting orcs. A member of the Chubrin demon clan watched and said it had begun. He looked at the screen where Leo and Chloe appeared and murmured that a rescue team had come. He looked at the other students and said his true target was the future hero candidates, and everyone else was meaningless. Leo walked through the forest with Chloe on his back and thought it grew darker the deeper they went. He smiled and wondered if he should use Aaron's technique. He adjusted his aura finely, and his eyes burned as he sharpened his senses to the extreme. He rushed forward and told Chloe to be ready because a group of orcs was ahead. She nodded and agreed. The orcs turned their heads toward them, but Chloe unleashed sharp ice shards that pierced through the monsters and defeated them. Her eyes widened when she noticed one orc still alive holding a speaker, and she thought in fear that if he blew it more orcs would come. Before the orc could act, Leo rushed in and cut him cleanly into 2 pieces. Chloe stared and thought with shock that this was the difference in their power, and wondered if she could ever surpass him. When they reached a group of students fighting demons, she asked if those enemies were demons. Leo rushed forward like lightning and shouted for the students not to back down because he was coming. The students looked surprised as the demon charged at them, but Leo appeared ahead of them and cut it down. The demon vanished into smoke. A girl asked if he was from the support team, and Leo nodded. Another demon formed a magic circle and threw leeches at him, but fiery mana burst around Leo's sword and he slashed everything apart. A girl student then cast her spell and released arc rays toward the demons. A bright light filled the area and Chloe turned her head and thought it was a special kind of magic. She wondered about the girl's identity. The girl thanked them for helping and said she had been worried when demons suddenly appeared, but she felt relieved the support team had arrived. Chloe apologized and told her she needed to talk to her colleague. The girl nodded. Chloe turned to Leo and said the girl was Alia Geron. Leo said Alia was the younger sister of Professor Albi Geron. Chloe nodded and said Alia had been murdered by the Chubrin 30 years ago, and the party she belonged to was the one that could never be saved from the Chad murderers incident. Chloe said that of all the people they could meet, they had run into Alia's party. She explained that the knight-rank demon Chubrin from Tartarus had originally aimed for this party. She said the reason Tartarus caused the Chad murderers incident 30 years ago was to eliminate Alia Geron, a genius mage and a strong candidate to be written in the hero records. She said it was impossible for them to protect this party with their current strength, and if they wanted to meet the clear conditions they had to find another group. Leo asked if they should leave Alia's party behind. Chloe shouted that she hated the idea too, but this was the world of heroes and in reality the party had already died 30 years ago. Leo nodded and said they were already dead, but he could not leave them behind. Chloe shouted for him to get a hold of himself. She admitted he was amazing but said now was not the time to act recklessly. She told him to drop the hero act, and tears gathered in her eyes. Leo gently patted her head and told her not to say things like playing hero so carelessly. She asked why. He replied that she was a hero candidate, and they were not pretending to be heroes. Her eyes widened when he said that this moment was part of their journey to becoming heroes. He walked ahead and said history had already changed. She asked what he meant. Leo told her to look around. When they met Alia's party, the forest had already turned dark. If the events had followed history, the party would have already been killed by Chubrin by now. Chloe thought it was still reckless, but she said she would leave the decision to him. Leo said they would escape with Alia's party. Chloe watched his back and wondered if he was always the one far ahead. Meanwhile, in Alia's group, Jed whispered that something felt strange because the rescue team only had 2 people. Dina said they looked their age. Bellic wondered if it was a trap from Tartarus. Alia smiled and said that if they were enemies they would not have helped them fight demons. She also said that Leo looked cool. The others stared and Dina asked how Alia could say such a thing. Alia asked what she meant. Dina said she thought Senior Albi would be Alia's standard. Leo stepped forward and told everyone to listen. He said they needed to leave the forest as fast as possible. Jed asked if that was necessary since their forces had grown and they could take their time. Leo said they did not have that luxury because a knight-rank demon was targeting them. The students were shocked. He said they had to avoid a direct fight, and their only goal was survival. Alia thought he reminded her of her brother. Leo asked if everyone was ready. Later they ran through the forest as he shouted for them to move out. Meanwhile, in the academy library, Professor Sejen ordered everyone to search all cases related to hero dungeons in the hero records because they had no time to waste. Principal Kellyan said that the fact they still could not enter the dungeon might be a good sign. Professor Obi said that once someone entered a hero dungeon no one else could get in, so it meant the two students were still alive. He said it had already been 3 hours since they entered and inside the dungeon it must already be night. The principal asked when Albi defeated Chubrin 30 years ago, and Albi answered that it was around midnight. The principal said they had no choice but to trust his past self. An assistant rushed in and said they had found the person who sold the beast summoning catalyst to Lu and also information about their link to Tartarus. Albi's aura flared but the principal calmed him. Albi said he would take a moment to cool his head. The assistant said he truly lived up to the title of hero who rose from hatred of demons, especially because 30 years ago he never even found his sister's body. The principal then asked who sold the catalyst. The assistant said it was a fence who set up a shop in Lemurn City this year, and was well known among first years. The principal looked through the details and asked if a spy from Tartarus had infiltrated the city. The assistant said the fence was not directly connected but Tartarus had sent items through them. The principal wondered what they were after. Then he turned a page and his eyes widened when he saw the name Chloe Miller. He ordered Elena to bring Professor in. She obeyed. The principal thought that his instincts, sharpened by crossing many death lines, warned him that danger stood right in front of them. Leo thought he had used his super-sensory technique for too long, and wondered if everyone was reaching their limit. He told the group to take a short break and recover their stamina. The students looked exhausted. Chloe was reading her grimoire when Alia approached and called her name. Chloe asked what was wrong. Alia said she had a question and asked what Chloe's relationship with Leo was, even asking if they were lovers. Chloe sharply denied it. Alia said she believed her after seeing her reaction. Chloe thought that even seniors from 30 years ago were still just first-year students at heart. She asked why Alia wanted to know and if she was interested in Leo. Alia blushed and said her heart was pounding. Chloe said it was love at first sight and wondered if Leo looked amazing even to a legendary genius like Alia Jaran. Alia said she still was not sure if it was love and that her heart just pounded the same way it did when her brother acted up or when she achieved something big. Chloe asked if the sorcerer with the evil eye, Albi Jaran, was really that bad in her eyes. Alia smiled and said he was someone who always challenged the impossible. Chloe said Leo was like that too. Alia said Leo and she were friends at first but now she felt envy toward him, so they were very alike. Chloe's eyes widened. That night Alia admitted she had always felt jealous of her brother. She said it might sound silly but no matter how hard he tried he never seemed talented. She revealed that the basics of her own magic were actually created by her older brother. Chloe's eyes widened when Alia said she was good at using existing magic but terrible at creating new ones and that she had even failed the Lemurn entrance exam twice. Alia said there was a time she hated her brother because she felt entitled and bitter but that jealousy slowly turned into admiration. Before Chloe could reply Leo suddenly sensed danger. His eyes widened and he shouted for everyone to get ready. He ordered a change of plan and said they could no longer escape. The students quickly took their stances and gripped their weapons. Leo unsheathed his sword and shouted for them not to be afraid because they all had the potential to be heroes. Belloc formed a shield and stared with wide eyes. Chubrin finally arrived and roared. Leo jumped high and thought about the demon's old orders to eliminate the sprouts of heroes, yet now it was showing hostility toward him and even called him a sprout of a great hero. He shouted to Chloe that the demon was coming. Chloe formed a magic circle under her feet. Chubrin slashed but she raised an ice wall to block it. Leo leaped again with flames burning around him and he cut across Chubrin's throat before landing. Dina shouted that he had cut it, but Chubrin's neck regenerated. Leo warned everyone to stay back. He said the demon used nullification, a spell that erased the result of an attack as if it never happened. Jed stared and asked what they were supposed to do now. Alia said there was no way to beat that monster, but nullification was not perfect. She said the spell was not infinite, and even Chubaran had limits. Chubaran lifted his axe and mocked them, calling them remnants of a great hero. Leo smiled and said the demon was the one afraid of a new great hero being born. He rushed forward while Alia created glowing magic circles and released bright rays at Chubaran. The demon growled that this was the light magic he hated and thought he had to kill them here as Lord Silituna commanded. He swung his axe down. Leo shouted for everyone to dodge and leaped into the air. The axe smashed into the ground and sharp fragments burst outward. The shards struck Bellic and Dina, but Leo caught Bellic on his shoulder and ran while Dina followed beside him. Alia reached them and asked if they were all right. Dina said she could endure the pain, but Bellic was badly hurt. Leo said not to worry because Bellic's vital organs were safe and told them to stop the bleeding. He called Chloe and said they needed a powerful blow. Chloe nodded and formed a huge ice wall. She thought she had to buy time while Leo fought. She needed a strong spell that could break through nullification. She searched through her grimoire and murmured that she might be able to use a certain magic. Chubaran swung his axe again, but Leo dodged and cut him, leaving another wound that refused to stay. Jed watched with wide eyes and wondered if they would ever be able to fight like that. Dina said maybe someday. Alia stared at Leo and recognized the faint trace of star magic in the way he moved and struck. She wondered who he really was. Chloe formed a dark magic circle. A sharp and dangerous smile crossed her face as she aimed at Chubaran. She threatened the demon and warned Leo to move if he did not want to die in her attack. She released dark flames that wrapped around Chubaran like a curse. Chubaran screamed while the fire turned black. Chloe declared that the flames would never fade and that he should die in agony. Leo shouted for her to stop, but she only poured more flames. He rushed forward, struck with a sharp movement, and knocked the grimoire from her hand. They fell back onto the ground. Leo asked Chloe if the inextinguishable flame was really her magic. She admitted it was not. It was a spell she found inside a grimoire. Leo realized it was the flame of Erebus, and told her she had just used dark magic. Her eyes widened with fear. He said the grimoire was a demon artifact. Chloe trembled and said she had done something unforgivable. She said she did not deserve to be a hero. Leo shouted and placed his hand on Chloe's shoulder, telling her to get a hold of herself. He explained that Chubaran had never been cursed with Nullify and had already used up all his Nullify spells against Alia's party. He reminded her that 30 years ago, despite the danger, no one gave up and they fought to the very end. Chloe said that Lemurn taught them to push past and go beyond. Alia thought she finally understood and admired the figure she had been watching from behind. She handed her staff to Chloe. Leo thought that thanks to Chloe's magic, the Nullify curse was gone, and it was time to end the fight. Chloe focused and decided to surpass her limits, so she would not be ashamed in front of everyone who believed in her. She formed a magic circle while Leo smiled. He recognized the runes as pure magician's language and felt reassured. Chubaran rushed forward and slashed his axe, but Leo blocked and pushed him back. Chubaran attacked again, but Leo blocked once more, kneeling on the ground as Chubaran murmured that this might be the seed of a great hero. Leo saw ice stars forming and said that demons would never match them. Chloe created a huge magic circle above Chubaran's head. Leo said that this was where it ended for Chubaran. Chloe thought that thanks to Leo, she had completed her unique magic and smiled, using her spell Ice World. Leo touched the frozen Chubaran and cracks spread across the ice. He raised his hand and then slammed his sword on the grimoire, breaking it apart. A screen appeared that showed messages of achievement unlocked for rescuing first-year students and defeating Chubaran. Leo told Chloe that her unique magic was impressive, and that field magic was something he could not use even after coming back to life. Chloe said she planned to confess to the whole school about what she had done, and she feared she might get expelled. Leo reassured her that a hero candidate like her would never be expelled, and he believed she would become a real hero. Alia rushed to them with a bright smile and praised both of them. Dina also said they looked like real heroes. Leo told them they all worked hard. Chloe gave Alia her staff and said she used it well and it helped them win. Alia insisted that Chloe should keep it. Dina agreed and handed Leo a sword, asking him to take it too. Professor Albi arrived and shouted that there was a survivor. His eyes widened when he saw his sister Alia. Chloe looked confused and said the professor looked no older than them. Leo reminded her that this event happened 30 years ago. Albi asked Alia if she was hurt. Alia smiled and said she was not injured because the rescue team had arrived. She added that she met someone who looked exactly like him. The screen showed the message that the strategy was complete, and that Albi's world was the prologue of the Chadmother's incident. Chloe thought with a small smile that she was thankful everyone was alive. Suddenly everyone vanished. Chloe told Leo that it looked like the world of heroes was collapsing. Another screen appeared that announced the strategy reward and a keepsake. Then the group began to teleport back. Leo opened his eyes and sat up in his bed. He murmured that he knew this place. Albi came to him and asked if he was awake. He thanked Leo for saving everyone and asked him to pass his gratitude to Miss Muller. Then he turned and walked out. At the door the principal was waiting. He entered and Leo greeted him as Headmaster Kellyan. The principal told him to stay relaxed and asked how he was feeling. Leo said he was fine and had no problems. The principal sat down and asked what had happened inside. He asked if the incident was connected to Chloe's black grimoire. Leo asked how he knew. The principal explained that he checked the shop where Sun-Lu bought the summoning catalyst, and found it was the same place where Chloe bought her grimoire. He said he suspected it because the black grimoire was also a demon god tool. Leo thought about the demon god tool and the fragment of Erebus. He remembered it was a crystallized shard used by demons as a strong weapon, but it slowly destroyed the sanity of other races. He raised his hand and said he would start from the beginning. Then he told the principal everything that happened. The principal listened and said that if Leo was right, then the demon god tool was affecting the world of heroes. Leo said the hero dungeon stabilized right after the tool was destroyed, so it seemed likely. Suddenly Chloe woke up and called out to the headmaster in surprise. The principal told her to stay relaxed. He called his assistant Irena and looked at their weapons. He said that since they had just woken up he had something to ask and he wanted an explanation. Chloe looked at the staff in her hands with wide eyes and said it was Alia's staff. The principal said it was an impossible reward and he wanted to know how it had been given to them. Leo thought that Chloe clearly did not receive any reward. He remembered the entrance exam and the Chadmother's incident, and how the world of the living hero was not supposed to give strategy rewards. He wondered why the rule broke again, and if it was only happening to him. He told the principal that it was the strategy reward. The principal asked if he was saying that a strategy reward appeared in Albi's hero world. Leo nodded and said he believed an anomaly happened when the hero world turned into a dungeon. The principal said it seemed like Chloe had no idea about any of this, and he asked why only Leo received something. Chloe suggested that maybe Leo got the reward because he contributed the most, and that rewards might differ depending on how much someone helped in the strategy. The principal stood up and said he understood. He said he would investigate this phenomenon in secret and that the keepsakes would be returned to their families after the investigation. He also told them both to keep the demon god tool a secret. Chloe asked why. The principal smiled and said the enemy was not only outside. He told them they had gone through a lot and should rest, then he left. Chloe turned to Leo and said there was something she wanted to say. Her face became red with embarrassment. Before she could continue, Chelsea and the other students burst into the room and called out to Leo. The principal told them there would be a party the next evening and said that if they did not have formal clothes they should visit Lemurn's city beforehand. The students stared with confusion and asked about the party. In the hall, Rumba announced a party for the first-year students who survived Lemurn's first midterm exam. He called out that the first group of triumphant heroes was entering and wondered which handsome boys and pretty girls would appear first. Carl asked with excitement if this party was the reward for surviving the midterms at the Wailing Wall. Tate said that maybe Lemurn Academy was too easy for them. Carl kept eating and asked why it felt like only their class was missing. Tate reminded him that Lemurn did not tolerate lateness. Rumba introduced the next pair and said that from Class 5, Nella Carvin and Ileana Layden were entering. Carl and Tate stared with wide eyes. Carl said they were truly beautiful, and he hated himself for feeling even a little fluttery. Rumba then announced the pride of the Rodran Empire, the Llewellyn siblings. Carl whispered that she looked like a real princess. Ileana commented that she was surrounded by people from the Rodran Empire, and truly was a big deal. Rumba finally announced that a pair entering together as a couple had arrived. He introduced Celia Zerdinger and the class president Leo Plav. Nella and Ileana looked delighted. Leo waved with a warm smile. Professor Artian took the stage and asked if everyone was enjoying the party. Carl shouted that they were having a lot of fun. Artian said she was glad and told them to keep enjoying the night while listening. She announced that it was time for the midterm exam results. Carl complained and asked how they were supposed to enjoy themselves after hearing that. Artian said they expected this kind of reaction. She told them only the top 3 students from each major would be announced, and the rest of the results would be revealed by their homeroom professors the next day. She said the departmental professors would now announce the names. Professor Ein held the mic and said everyone worked hard on their first midterms. Called the names of the top students in the night department: Celia Zerdinger, Duran Moira, and Fen Xia. Celia looked shocked and thought that Leo was not in the rankings. Professor Len stepped forward with a smile and announced the magic department results. Abad Llewellyn, Chelsea Llewellyn, and Emil Luchen. Chelsea asked sadly why Leo was not there. Leo gave a calm smile and said it happened. Carl pointed out that Chloe was missing too. Chloe only smiled. Len thought that after the discovery of the magic tone the academy had no choice but to give Chloe a 0 on the practical exam. Yet he admired her passion toward magic. Professor Sedgen shouted that in his heart Chloe would always be number 1 in magic studies. Len smiled at his outburst. Professor Yura then announced the summoning department results. Warden Tyden, Eliza Hergin, and Jordan Lawson. Celia looked around and thought Leo was nowhere. Abad also noticed that Leo Plav was not on any list. Ardian returned with a smile and said they would now announce the top scorer and student representative for the year. She revealed that the student who placed first in the midterms and would be the next year's representative was Leo Plav. Leo stayed calm in his seat. Emil raised his hand and objected. He asked how Leo could be the top student when he did not place in the top 3 of any department. Artian said there was a reason and then exploded in anger. She shouted at the students and told them to listen carefully. Professor Harlan whispered that she sounded possessed again. Sedgen nodded with a grin. Artian continued shouting. She explained that dual-class students were not included in departmental rankings because they could not be compared fairly. She said a magic swordsman was weaker than pure knights in aura and weaker than pure mages in magic, but their abilities created strong synergy when combined. She then shouted that Leo scored highest among first years in the joint practical exam for hero studies and combat studies. Emil said other students also got top scores. Artian pointed at him and shouted that Leo went beyond the exam. She revealed that Leo completed the real hero mission and defeated Chubarin. The students stared in shock. Professor Artian ended the announcement and told everyone to enjoy the party. Ileana asked with wide eyes if Leo had really defeated Chubarin alone with Chloe, and he nodded. Professor Yura spoke while eating and asked Len what would have happened if the dual-class students' grades had been included in the rankings. Len replied that the magic department would have been in chaos because everyone would have dropped a rank. Yura reacted with shock and realized the top student in magic studies was Leo. Len lifted his glass and said Leo was first in magic, and Yura added that it was the same for summoning. Professor Ein calmly mentioned that Leo was also first in night studies and said it was not an impossible dream. Len suddenly stood and said he would raise Leo as a magician because his talent was incredible, but Yura cut in and claimed summoning talent like his was rare. Ein joined the argument and said Leo suited a sword best. The scene moved to the classroom where Carl complained that he must have drunk too much. Chelsea teased him and said he was the first person she had seen drink 2 liters of orange juice. Professor Harlan entered and ordered silence before announcing details about the school trip. He reminded them they were heading to the Elven territory. Ileana replied with excitement and said they already knew and had heard they could choose specific locations by class. Tate mentioned that the places being considered were the Dwin Forest known as the Warm Forest and an area full of all kinds of fruits. Harlan pointed at the board and announced that they were going to El Salvikia. Carl repeated the name and explained that it was a small country in the far north of the Elven territory where it stayed cold all year. Harlan told him not to complain and said the class president had chosen it. Carl turned to Leo and shouted in frustration. Leo answered with a smile and said it would be better to buy everything they needed early in the city of Lemurn. He thought about El Salvikia and remembered that while humans saw it as insignificant, it was actually a sanctuary for fairies, the hidden fairyland. He wondered if Salo and the others were doing well. Later on the training ground, Leo said he would take care of buying food and equipment, while Nella handled the potions. She nodded. He went out and bought food, then noticed a sign for 13th Street in the Karaza district. He walked toward it and recognized it as Lutek, the place where Sinlu and Chloe had purchased magic tools. He entered the shop and looked around. He thought that there should not have been anything unusual because Lumarin's investigation team had already searched the place. All that remained was a simple teddy bear. Then his eyes widened as he realized that the investigation team should have collected every item, and the shop had been locked when he entered. The teddy bear suddenly shot dark mana from its eyes, and Leo quickly dodged. He realized it was a demon, and understood it was no ordinary one. It carried the cognitive decline curse along with many other curses. A huge demon rose from behind and mocked him for noticing its curse. Leo recognized the voice and understood it belonged to Silituna, the demon beast queen and one of the 3 legion commanders they had failed to defeat 500 years ago. He noticed it was not her true body but a clone formed from gathered flesh. Silituna spoke again and judged his skills, calling him an Irai user and a magic swordsman. She admitted his talent but told him to blame his sharp senses. She launched an attack but Leo stepped back. He clenched his teeth and thought he stood no chance against her and needed to escape somehow. She opened her mouth and thanked him for the meal, but he smiled as light filled the room. Professor Albi appeared and used his magic technique called Spear of Light. The bright beam struck Silituna and knocked her to the ground. She laughed while lying there and said having an audience made everything better. Albi adjusted his glasses and called her demonic filth. Golden magic circles appeared around him while a golden aura burst into the air. Albi said he had no interest in scraps left from a clone and unleashed a glowing beam of mana while shouting for Silituna to die. Leo recognized him as Albi Geron, the evil eye sorcerer known as the Tartaro's Slaughterer. He remembered that Albi had become a professor only to gain authority to move freely during extreme hunts. Leo felt indebted to the hero of this era. He picked up the torn teddy bear and explained that it had appeared during their investigation of Lutek, and that it had been cursed with cognitive dissonance. Albi said he would hold the Lemurn investigation team responsible. He turned away and told Leo he would overlook the fact that Leo had investigated on his own. He added that Leo could ask for help anytime because he owed him for what had happened earlier. Leo froze for a moment. He realized the Geron family was one of the 3 great families that managed Lemurn Academy, and thought he might be able to access the Forbidden Library through Albi. Nella arrived and called out to him. She said she had gathered everything and healed his wounds while asking where he had been hurt. Leo thought that this confirmed Silituna was behind the Beast Mage and the Black Grimoire. He wondered what those enemies were plotting. A week later Leo stood before the portal with his class and asked if everyone had packed their supplies. They nodded. Celia came over and asked why his class was going to El Shalbikia. Leo said the weather was getting hotter, and it would be like a summer retreat. Celia waved and complained that she hated the cold but wished him a good trip. He told her to be careful as well and told his class to prepare. Chelsea smiled and said she was looking forward to it. Carl grumbled that he hated the cold. Leo stepped into the portal and told them they were heading to El Shalbikia in the Elven territory. The scene moved to Siren Academy, the Elf Hero Academy. An elf girl scolded a student and mocked his shabby clothes, saying an elf like him did not deserve to be a student of the Great Siren. The boy trembled. Runia, a red-haired elf girl, stepped forward and told her not to bully other students and to behave like a true descendant of Siren. The girl sneered and said that meant the half-blood elf was accepted as a Siren student and asked if Runia was fine with that. A boy elf beside her agreed and insulted the half-blood, calling him a disgrace and saying even his clothes were uncivilized. Runia shouted back and told him that if he disliked the boy's clothes so much, he should take off his own and give them to him. She called both of them disgusting for not helping and only mocking. The girl panicked and reminded Runia that she came from a well-known family and should watch her tone. Runia asked if they felt no shame for ganging up on one person and challenged them to fight her if they disliked her words. They backed away, muttered that she was crazy and left. Runia turned to Luca and asked why he was dressed like that. Luca smiled and explained that someone had stolen all his clothes. She wrapped her scarf around him. Luca tried to return it because of the cold but she refused. He noticed her cheerful mood and asked why she seemed happy. She told him her familiar had finally hatched. He congratulated her warmly, and she thanked him before rushing home. Later she entered her house and called for her father with excitement. She asked if her familiar had been born. Her father Flan reminded her that she should call him teacher while at the academy. Then he nodded and said Perina's child had hatched. Runia shouted in excitement that she knew it and asked when she could meet her familiar. Flan told her that her familiar had already signed a contract and that she would learn more about it later. He explained that this was Perina's words. Runia angrily demanded to know who had stolen her familiar. The scene shifted to Belkia, the capital of El Shalbikia. The students shivered in the cold. Carl shouted for Leo to just end it, but Leo said it was worth holding on a little longer. Harlan told everyone to stay calm and not get too excited and reminded them that Belkia was the capital. Chelsea raised her hand and explained that Belkia was one of the disciples of Luna, the founder of the nebula, and that the city was named after the fairy knight Belkia Urser. Leo thought that, to be precise, he had co-created the city with Luna and Aaron, and that Belkia, once arrogant, was now honored with the title of fairy knight. Harlan added that the Urser family, descendants of the fairy knight, currently held the position of council leader. Suddenly shadows appeared in front of them. Carl widened his eyes and asked if there were bandits even in elf territory. Harlan said that bad people existed everywhere. His eyes widened when someone stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. All the students looked excited and realized it was an elf. Loon greeted Professor Harlan and said he had been waiting. Harlan bowed his head and said Loon was just the same as ever. Ileana whispered to herself that she thought she had met the one she was going to marry. Leo asked if age mattered. Ileana teased him, suggesting he might be jealous. Leo said of course not and reminded her that elves lived long and hardly aged. He then asked how old she thought Loon was. Loon commented on the lively students and said that the ones Harlan had brought before had always been disciplined. Harlan explained that they were only first years and still immature. Ileana politely asked Loon for his name and age. Loon smiled and said he had been late with introductions. He said his name was Loon Urser and that he was 97 years old. Ileana was shocked. Carl asked if he was guiding their trip. Loon confirmed that he was the head of House Urser and chair-member of the council in El Shalbikia. Carl composed himself and said it was an honor to meet him. Later at the school trip lodging that night, Carl shouted in surprise that they were really staying there. Chelsea cried that she could not handle it. Leo smiled and said that if she could not, she would have to sleep somewhere else. Ileana said she knew Leo had a plan all along. Leo pointed and said he had set something up outside and asked if she wanted to sleep there. Carl asked what they were doing and told them to unpack in their lodging. Sitting upstairs, he added that the real charm of a school trip was sneaking into the girls' room and laughed about it. Leo walked outside and said that it looked like everyone was enjoying the trip and thought he might take a look around himself. A girl elf called him Lord Leo Plav and told him that the head of the house wanted to see him. Leo turned and followed her. Later, Leo entered the room. Loon welcomed him and apologized for keeping him waiting, saying he was a bit busy and asked if Leo could wait a little. Leo said it was no problem and asked if he could look around because there were many interesting items. Loon nodded. Leo noticed that quite a few items were very old and examined a dagger, asking if it was Urquint. Loon was surprised and asked how he knew about it, saying its history was passed only to the heads of House Urser. Leo explained that he had read about Urquint in an ancient text at the Grand Library of Lemern. Loon commented that Lemern truly had everything. Leo touched the dagger and thought it was infused with stellar mana but was not the real Urquint. He recalled that the real sword had originally belonged to Luna, who had given it to her student Belkia. Before her final expedition against Tartarus, Belkia had lost it. Loon explained that Urquint had been obtained long ago by their ancestor after conquering Lady Belkia's hero world, but weapons from a hero world could only be used by the conqueror. Leo understood why the dagger felt like just a shell. Then they sat face to face. Loon mentioned that he had heard from Harlan that Leo was an all-class student and the first-year representative of Lemern. Leo nodded. Loon said he knew it was rude to make such a request when they had just met, but he asked Leo to meet his granddaughter. He explained that she was a first-year at Siren Academy, a talented girl who had entered with excellent grades but had lost motivation once she started school. Loon hoped that someone like Leo, a peer of a different race, could inspire her. Leo stood in the hallway and murmured to himself, wondering if it was really okay to be given the key to Loon's granddaughter's room. He knocked and opened the door. The room was messy and dusty. He noticed a portrait of a great hero fangirl and thought that he knew some kids collected this kind of stuff, but this was extreme. He also saw the Siren school uniform and murmured about it. Iron sat up and told him that it was too much to just barge into her grown granddaughter's room. Suddenly she shouted in shock when she realized he was human and hid under the comforter. Leo introduced himself as Leo Plav and said he had come at her grandfather's request. He remarked that she had almost as many books about Kyle as he did and commented on how well she had organized them, noting that the great subjugation of monsters in the northern mountains might also be Kyle's achievement. She hesitated and asked if it could be that he liked Kyle too. Leo talked about the Battle of Darnos and the story of Kyle the Brasscart. Iron asked if he knew where Commander Zerga's forces had been defeated. Leo said it was Edvalik, where Luna first tested her star magic. She got excited and said it was a record of great heroes that most people did not know about. She apologized for talking too much and introduced herself as Iron Ursa. Leo said it was not a problem and added that great heroes would be happy to know someone enjoyed their stories. Iron shared her opinion that although 4 great heroes were confirmed in history, there might have been a 5th one. Leo agreed that Kyle probably existed and said he planned to join a club researching Kyle's traces when he returned. Iron smiled and said that sounded great. Leo thought she was shy and reserved but talented. He asked why she did not go to school. She explained that she did not feel Siren suited her because everyone worked hard to become heroes while she dreamed of being a hero with a lighter heart. Leo noticed how carefully she kept her uniform and thought she had not let go of her dream. He told her that he was not the only human in Belkia and that his whole class was on a field trip. He added that if his classmates heard her story, they would want to meet her. Iron's eyes widened when he mentioned that there were human schools training heroes like Siren Academy, and invited her to come see the students of Lemurn. When Leo stepped outside, Loon was standing there. Leo shouted that he had been startled. Loon whispered, asking if he had been talking with Iron the whole time. Leo nodded. Loon said it had been months since Iron had such a long conversation with anyone, and that she seemed to have opened up to Leo. He said that as her grandfather, he wanted to repay Leo and offered to gift him a magical item that might help him. The scene shifted to the Ursa family treasury. Loon told Leo to go ahead and choose. Leo observed the items and picked one. Loon explained that it was a jewel imbued with the power of a fairy, obtained by the former head of the family 1,000 years ago. He said the carved fairy was delicate and beautiful and mentioned its uses. Leo said it was fine. Loon said it was enough if it pleased him. Leo looked at it and realized that it was not a carving but a real fairy. The scene shifted to Harlan explaining the schedule to the students. He said they would wake up at 6 in the morning, do personal training in the fairy forest near the city, and practice missions in the afternoon. Ileana raised her hand and asked if they did not already do enough personal training at school. Harlan said that during the field trip, they would focus on areas where they were lacking and reminded them that the trip was not just for fun. He added that the schedule had been made by the class representative. Carl shouted at Leo, asking why he had done it. Leo smiled and said that the fairy forest had monsters, so it was perfect for real combat training. Later, Leo sat on the bed and looked at the jewel. He thought that it was sealed with the Fairy King's magic and understood why Luna Ursa had thought it was just a statue. He recalled that after the Age of Calamity, the Fairy King's contractor had vanished, and no elves remained who had experienced that magic. But to him, it felt familiar. He realized it was the magic of Silred and thought it was time to use the pledge of the Fairy King he had received earlier. He inserted his mana and the jewel began to break. A fairy boy appeared, sitting on Leo's hand and stretching. He asked if his father had finally released the seal and wondered why a random human was standing before him. Leo asked who he was. The boy shouted angrily and introduced himself as Kirin, the great golden fairy king Silred's firstborn son and heir to the fairy king, saying he was the silver fairy. Leo flicked his finger at him. Kirin shouted in shock and anger. Leo told him to be polite, and reminded him that even his father had been polite to him. Kirin called Leo a scoundrel and insulted him for daring to disrespect the fairy king Silred. Leo flicked him again and again. A few moments later, Kirin, now polite, said he could not believe it and asked if Leo was really the pledged one his father had spoken of. Leo said it seemed that way and asked Kirin if he had a problem with his seal breaking. Kirin admitted that making a contract with a lowly human was not so bad after all. Leo placed his finger on Kirin's head and said that for Silred, with his gentle nature, he had confiscated all 6 wings and sealed him away, and asked if Kirin had been quite the troublemaker. Kirin was surprised that Leo knew and confirmed he really was the pledged one. Leo told him to go to Fairyland and call Silred for him. Kirin explained that he could not do that and could only return to Fairyland after retrieving all 6 wings. He said if Leo wished to meet his father, he needed to help him retrieve the wings. Kirin believed the first wing was in the fairy forest, which used to be their home. Leo smiled and thought it must be fate that Silred's son had come to him. The scene shifted to the next day in the fairy forest. The students looked surprised. Chelsea knelt on the ground and exclaimed that they had won using only wind magic. Leo extended his hand and said it looked like they would have to train. Leo extended his hand and asked if she would have to train. A few minutes earlier, Ileana shouted in panic that she could not harmonize swordsmanship and magic and wondered if that was why the class rep was doing solo training. Carl shouted that alchemy was the one thing he felt most confident in. Chelsea stepped forward and reminded Leo that he once said she lacked understanding of wind magic, so she challenged him to show his skills. Leo nodded, and Chelsea thought that his performance had always gone beyond expectations, and she did not know what else he was hiding. She rushed in without giving him time and used her windbreaker technique, but Leo simply raised his hand and blocked it. Ileana watched with wide eyes because high-speed casting was supposed to be Chelsea's specialty, yet Leo matched her speed. Chelsea followed with her wind chain technique, but Leo reminded her that he had told her before that wind magic should not be used like that. He broke all the chains effortlessly. Chelsea fell backward in shock and Leo pointed his sword at her. Carl watched and said he never thought Chelsea would lose in wind magic. Ileana wondered what had happened to the class rep. Professor Harlan explained that Chelsea was not weaker than Leo as a mage, but the difference in understanding and using wind magic had grown too large, and that decided the outcome. He reminded everyone that as they moved up in grade they would learn new skills, but it was more important to master what they already knew. He told them to polish their basics under the class rep's guidance, and wished them luck for their afternoon field mission. The students nodded. Later, during the herb gathering mission in the Plav field, Leo smiled and noticed that everyone had finally started moving. Kiran ran to him proudly and showed how many herbs he had collected. Leo praised him and Kiran insisted he was more than just a fairy. Leo said the herbs were enough and decided to start investigating the fairy forest seriously since their journey to find his wings had finally begun. He suddenly stopped and asked Kiran when he had been exiled from fairyland, and Kiran guessed it had been around 100 years ago. Leo raised his hand and said the magic around them was just an illusion, but not one made by Kiran's father. He thought that it belonged to Silod's father, the fairy king of the Calamity era. Since it had been activated only 100 years ago, he believed the power source was Kiran's wings and that his father had used them in an ancient magic formula that protected something important. An undead appeared and demanded to know why humans were in elf territory. Leo responded calmly that it was less strange than seeing an undead standing there at all. The undead claimed that the place had long been under the influence of Tartarus. Kiran shouted that it was the sanctuary of fairies and accused him of speaking nonsense. The undead mocked him and questioned if fairies as weak as him even existed. Kiran grew angry, rushed at him and passed through the undead's body. Leo sighed and asked why a fairy was charging in like a brute. Kiran said it did not matter as long as it worked because the power of fairies and the power of the undead naturally conflicted. The undead rose again and admitted Kiran was still a fairy even if he was low level. Kiran covered his nose and complained about the smell, then rushed in again claiming he would crush him. A red aura flared around the undead. Leo shouted for Kiran to move. The red aura slashed at him but Kiran dodged and ended up sitting on Leo's hand, asking what that thing was. Leo explained that it was an ancient monster of Tartarus called a Death Knight. The undead declared himself as Karger, a knight of the Great Lich King, and rushed forward with his sword, promising to lead them to death. Karger attacked Leo, but Leo blocked the strike. Karger wondered how Leo had deployed an aura shield so quickly and rushed in again, saying it was not bad. Leo blocked once more. Karger shouted that resisting was useless. Kiran ran forward to help Leo but bumped into Karger and fell, holding his head and blaming his weakness on losing his wings. Leo called upon his pact, and wings appeared behind him. Kiran smiled in surprise that another contractor besides him existed. Flora sat on Leo's shoulder and Kiran sat beside her. Karger grew furious when he saw a phoenix and a fairy together, and declared he could not let them live. His red aura flared as he summoned an army of skeletons. Leo recognized it as a curse that endlessly summoned the undead. He smiled, felt Kyle's mana again and used Earth Wave. He rushed in and shattered the undead with his sword. Karger demanded that Leo fight him with honor if he called himself a knight. Leo reminded him that he had been the one to summon underlings. Leo leapt high and reached a quiet area, wondering if the Death Knight's appearance meant Tartarus was searching for something in the fairy forest. Another undead approached, but Leo cut it apart quickly. Then an elf arrived and pointed his sword at Leo, asking if he was the one who had summoned it. Leo said he was not involved at all and explained that he was a student from Lemurn. He noticed the elf's uniform and thought he must be from Siren. The elf refused to believe him and attacked, calling him a necromancer. Leo dodged and struck him with the hilt of his sword, knocking him down. Runia stepped out from the shadows and stopped the fight. She apologized for the elf's behavior and introduced herself as Runia El Rundoa, a first year at Siren. She asked him not to judge all Siren students by that one mistake. Leo accepted the apology and asked why she was there. Runia said she was in Berkia for field training and asked about him. Leo replied he was on a school trip and needed to report to his professor. She wished him protection from the forest. Leo murmured her name to himself, feeling he had heard it somewhere before. Later Runia scolded the elf student angrily for messing up just to show off. The scene shifted to the hall where Loon reported that a death knight had appeared in the sanctuary. She added that monsters had begun appearing but the contamination was not severe. Harlan defended Leo and said he was not the type to lie. Herdium stepped forward and called it a misunderstanding caused by ignorance. He insisted that a first-year hero candidate must have confused a skeleton knight with a death knight and argued that no first year could escape a real death knight alone. He asked Harlan if he truly believed the student. Harlan nodded and said that even though Leo was only a first year, he was the representative of all classes. Herdium thought that if Leo's story was true, it could expand the knowledge of Siren's students. He then asked Leo if he was confident in magic as the all-class representative, and proposed a joint class between Siren's advanced class and Lemurn. Later in the dining hall Carl smiled and said the exchange event looked grand, proving Siren was a wealthy school. Chelsea agreed and said it felt like a party hosted by the Emperor. Leo watched quietly and thought that Herdium must be the kind of person who had to confirm things with his own eyes. Runia approached and asked if they had met before, then invited him to dance. While they danced she asked if he knew the elven dance. Leo replied that he had learned it long ago. She smiled and said she did not even know his name yet. When Leo told her his name was Leo Plav, her eyes widened. She grabbed his collar and shouted in anger that he was the thief who had stolen someone else's contractor, and she would kill him. Leo's eyes widened as he thought that the child might be Fiora's original pact bearer. Runia trembled and said that the thief was shameless. Leo smiled and said that Flora was doing well. Runia clenched her fists and shouted in rage. Later they stood with their teachers. Runia bowed her head and said she was sorry to Leo Plav and asked for forgiveness. Leo nodded and thought with a small smile that she must be pretending. Harlan turned and said that since the misunderstanding was cleared, they would leave. Herdium warned Runia not to repeat her mistake as the first-year representative of Siren. She nodded and said she understood. Herdium then declared that in tomorrow's joint class they must prove that Siren was better than Lemurn and even the best among all hero academies. But Runia suddenly shouted that she would never lose to that fool and would crush him for the honor of Siren. The scene moved to the joint class of Lemurn and Siren. Harlan greeted the first years of Siren and introduced himself as Professor Harlan of Lemurn Academy. He said they would experience a Lemurn class. He called Cal Ileana Thade to step forward and lead the class as top students who had survived in Lemurn. Ileana looked shocked while Chelsea smiled and said that this was why they had called one student from each department. Ileana, Carl, and Tate stepped forward and showed their abilities one by one. The elf students quietly wrote down everything they saw. Herdium watched with a small smile and thought that seeing things from another race's view could awaken new methods, but it was strange that the class representatives still had not appeared. The three students bowed their heads. Herdium stepped forward and said the class from Lemurn was fascinating and he could feel how each student had grown in their own department. He began writing on the board and explained that Siren followed a different method. He said all Siren students studied magic as their basic foundation, and this was why they aimed for balanced teaching without focusing too much on magic. Leo listened and thought that calling it balance was ironic because even if Siren taught broadly, all their theory was soaked in magic. He thought it was just for show and the elves were as pretentious as always. Herdium finished the explanation and said this was the final answer. He thought about the rumors they had spread about fighting a death knight, and how even their class attitude was trash. Then he said it was time to show the essence of Siren. He formed a glowing star in his hands and lifted it into the air where it floated and shone brightly. The students looked excited. Chelsea shouted that it was star magic and that it was an original elf spell. Herdium said this was their essence, and called it star magic. He said the formula he wrote was the great legacy of Lady Luna and was the foundation of all star magic. He added that the spell he had shown was only one of the many branches born from that formula. He looked at the shining star and asked if it was beautiful. Leo raised his hand and Herdium allowed him to speak, calling him the class representative. Herdium thought he had not expected anyone to question star magic. Leo calmly said that the interpretation was wrong. Runia frowned. Herdium stared with wide eyes and asked what he had just said. Leo repeated that the magic would not activate. Herdium answered that of course it would not, since it was an incomplete spell that their ancestors had restored from the progenitor's legacy. Leo thought that it was a lost spell and understood why they did not know the truth. Luna had created that spell when she formed the star magic system, preparing it only for him as Kyle. Herdium then said Leo seemed well informed and asked him to show his interpretation if the elves' version was wrong. Leo walked toward the stage and thought that the elves used only a copied version of star magic. He remembered that Luna had passed the full essence to him alone, but he had died before he could give it to another elf. He felt that maybe they were meant to meet again in this life. Harlan watched with worry because star magic was the pride of the elves and the progenitor's legacy. He feared the situation could turn into a conflict between academies. Leo pressed his finger on the board and changed the formula. The elf students whispered in confusion because it looked like star magic, but they had never seen that form before. Leo turned and said he was done. Herdium stared and asked what kind of magic it was and if Leo had ever used it before. Leo remembered his past life when Luna had proudly shown him the completed spell and told him it was a blessing that made flowers bloom. Now in the present he smiled and prepared to try it. Ileana said the class representative had done something amazing. Runia stared with wide eyes and wondered why the professor reacted that way, thinking that Leo might have really deciphered the founder's legacy. Herdium said it was unbelievable that the spell which gave birth to countless elemental magics was originally only a flower-blooming spell. Leo smiled and said it was more than that. He explained that during the Age of Calamity flowers were almost extinct, and maybe they held special meaning for the founder of the nebula. He remembered his past life when he had called the spell useless because it was no help in battle, while Luna had smiled and said that flowers were beautiful, and she dreamed of a world filled with them. Herdium agreed and said the founder must have placed a deeper truth inside the spell. He then wondered who Leo really was and how he understood it. Leo introduced himself as Leo Plav, a self-taught star magic user who studied ancient texts, and said he was a natural-born mage with dual classes. Herdium asked if he had elf blood, but Leo denied it. Harlan apologized for his students' behavior and said the joint class should end there. He also said they should avoid making any official statement for now. Herdium raised his hand and suddenly asked if Leo could transfer to their school. Harlan looked shocked. Later Chelsea announced that the special soup of Lilin was ready. Ileana served her deadly risotto and joked that someone would die after a bite. The students looked panicked. Ileana urged Carl to try it while Loon laughed and said it was nice to see the students being lively. Harlan then called for the class representative and asked Leo to come to him for a moment. Loon said she wanted them to hear the news. She explained that the El Salvikian Grand Assembly had made a decision about the Death Knight. Multiple undead and a Death Knight had been confirmed in the fairy forests, so they planned to request a formal investigation from Lemurn and Siren. She added that it was too dangerous for just first-year students. The students overheard Loon saying that Siren had already been contacted and that once the mission started, they would be grouped with upperclassmen to investigate. Leo asked if she had come all the way just to make the request. Loon said no and admitted she had come because of him. Her granddaughter wanted to meet him. Later Irene approached hesitantly and asked if Leo had been well, explaining she took the liberty of visiting. Leo smiled and thanked her, introducing her to his classmates. Chelsea asked her name, and why she had not come to the exchange event. Ileana asked Leo how he knew her. Irene panicked and rushed outside. Chelsea asked if they had done something wrong, and Ileana suggested that she might just be shy. Loon told Leo she was counting on him. Later Irene sat alone. Leo covered her with his coat, and she said he might get cold going out like that. Leo smiled and said not to worry and asked why she had run away from Siren. Irene said she did not feel suited to be a hero. She explained that when she had been struggling at Siren, she had met someone like the sun. Leo asked who, and she said with excitement that it was Runia. She admired Runia for being amazing, confident, kind, and a real hero. Irene wanted to follow in her footsteps and had reached the top class, but she thought she had made a big mistake during the dual assessment, and believed Runia hated her since then. Leo thought that Irene was not the type to be disliked and that Runia would never hate someone over a small mistake. He decided he would have to ask her and noticed that Irene reminded him of Verkia. He smiled and asked if she liked the story of Verkia. She nodded and said it was the story of her ancestor. Leo explained that Verkia had admired her great hero mentors and followed in their footsteps, becoming a hero herself. He told Iron not to worry about what others thought and to walk her own path. He extended his hand and invited her to come down, saying their class was full of nice and fun people. Later, on the icy ground, the students gathered. Runia asked Leo how he had won over Iron so easily. Leo said he had just told her there was no reason to be scared of Runia. Runia asked if Iron was afraid of her and why. Leo explained that Iron had found her terrifying during the duel and had thought Runia hated her. Runia said she had only been focused because Iron was very skilled. Leo advised her to look out for Iron, saying she probably needed her. Herdium smiled and welcomed Lauder Algra, the Siren third-year representative, who arrived and greeted Herdium. Herdium complimented Lauder on his recent paper. Leo asked Runia who he was, and she explained that Lauder was the third-year rep who had suddenly become very strong this semester. Leo thought his grades had improved out of nowhere. Harlan announced that now that everyone was present, they would start team assignments. Each team would have 2 to 3 first years and 1 third year. Herdium announced Team 1, which included Leo Plav, Runia L. Lund, and Lauder Algra. Runia complained that it was annoying to be paired with a thief and said she still had not accepted Leo as Fiora's contractor. Leo simply told her to suit herself. The scene moved to the fairy forest investigation. Leo's team was deep inside the forest. Chelsea's team worked near the boxwood trees, Ileana's team searched the medical herb colony, Carl's team moved through the coniferous area, and Tade's team stayed near the forest entrance. Runia asked where Senior Lauder had gone, since they were supposed to move as a team. Earlier Lauder had said he would go separately and meet them near the center of the forest. Leo guessed he had something to do alone. Runia mentioned they had come deep inside but had not seen a single undead, even though there had been many before. Leo thought that on the surface nothing looked different, but he remembered noticing an illusion spell. Kiran said it did not feel like the Fairy King's magic. Leo sensed a curse on the land that hadn't been there before. He recognized it as the curse of the dead, something only someone who lived through the age of catastrophe could detect. He thought about Erebus's loyal servant, the Death King Hellkaiser, the commander who survived the age of disaster. He believed the Death King had not acted directly and that the Death Knight Karger had been his agent. He also felt that beyond this point there was something in the fairy land that Silred wanted to protect. Runia asked what was wrong and if he sensed something. Leo shouted that something was coming. Before anything appeared, Lauder arrived and asked how their investigation was going and if they had seen any undead. Runia said they had not seen any. Lauder smiled and extended his hand to Leo, saying Leo had been the first to spot the Death Knight. Leo nodded and shook his hand. Lauder said it seemed Leo had been mistaken since there was not a single undead in the forest, let alone a Death Knight. He said it was normal for first years to get overexcited and explained that high-level undead vanished if they did not receive constant mana from a necromancer, which was why a demonic summoner usually accompanied them. Runia widened her eyes and said that meant a demon could be in the forest, even though Berkia was the capital of El Sarbekia. Lauder raised his finger and reminded her about the massive star magic surrounding Berkia. Runia said that Lady Luna had created that magic which prevented demons from approaching, but she added that necromancers did not have to be demons. Leo said that other races could use the power of darkness, even elves. Lauder called it an interesting point but said it assumed they did not understand how prideful elves were. He told them to finish the investigation and meet at the forest entrance. Leo thought Lauder was looking for something and clearly knew more than he showed. That evening Chelsea asked Carl if his team had found the Death Knight. Carl said they had not seen even one undead. Chelsea shouted that this made it more suspicious since the chairman had said undead were appearing. She wondered how everything vanished right when they started investigating. Leo landed in front of the Siren dorm and entered. He noticed someone had snuck out and checked the map, thinking it showed the entrance to Fairyland. Runia shouted and asked what he was doing. Leo covered her mouth. She lowered her voice and said she knew something was strange and asked what he was really doing there. Leo whispered that he was looking for Lauder but he had already left the dorm and must have gone to the fairy forest. He wondered why Lauder said he was sleeping when he clearly heard voices. Runia asked why Senior Lauder would go there, but Leo grabbed her and jumped out the window with her in his arms. In her room Myron saw them and rushed to the window. She called out to Lord Leo and Lady Runia as her face turned red. She thought it had to be a secret love affair. The scene moved to the icy ground where Leo asked how long Runia planned to follow him and told her to return to the dorm. Runia frowned and said he still believed Louder was involved even though Louder had arrived only that morning while Leo saw the Death Knight days ago. Suddenly Iron arrived out of breath and told them to stop. Runia asked when she got there. Leo said he had been following them the whole time, but Iron shouted that dating among students was forbidden. Runia froze in confusion, while Iron insisted she had seen them sneaking out together because Runia was beautiful and Leo was cool. Leo told Iron she misunderstood and asked Runia to explain. Runia trembled with embarrassment and turned her head, saying it was not like that. At that moment Leo's eyes widened as he sensed undead nearby. Runia shouted that the undead had arrived. Leo held his sword and said they were high-ranking undead, the skeleton knights. Runia asked where they suddenly came from. Leo asked if she was ready, and she nodded as a fiery aura rose around her. She used her firestorm and the undead burned. She asked how that was? Before she could relax, another undead rushed at her, but Iron blocked the attack. Leo noticed it was Berkia's animus armor. Iron cut the undead's neck cleanly. Runia praised her and said she looked just like Berkia. Iron said it was an honor and then asked what the two of them were doing outside at that hour. Leo said he and Runia were not in that type of relationship. Runia agreed and said they had only sneaked into the third-year dorm to investigate. She pointed at Leo and added that if silly love drama distracted her studies it would only help him because there would be one less competitor. Iron shook her head and said that was not true because Runia was the top student, and she hoped Runia always stayed on top since she believed Runia would become a hero. Runia was surprised that she thought that way. The scene moved to the past during the Siren Senior Class 1 duel assessment. Runia smiled and thought that Iron was her only real rival among first years. She clenched her teeth and attacked Iron with fire. Iron widened her eyes as the blast shook the ground. Now Runia understood that expression and why Iron stopped coming to school after that. She held Iron's hands and told her she wanted her to keep coming because she was her friend. Iron asked if Runia did not dislike her. Runia smiled and said they were friends and rivals and she wanted her to keep competing with her. Iron smiled and repeated friends and rivals but still asked if they were really not a couple. Runia shouted no. Meanwhile in the dark the undead Karja murmured that there were intruders. A cloaked man said it was the knight's problem and lowered his hood, revealing Louder. Karja growled and asked if the brat was treating a knight of the Great Lich King like a servant. Louder smirked and said the Great Lich King had chosen him. He turned away and said that once the summoning circle was complete they would no longer need Karja's Tartarus, and that he would rely on him until then. Karja agreed with a nod. The scene moved back as Iron asked if Senior Louder was connected to the anomaly in the fairy forest. Runia said it was only his claim and Iron should not take it seriously. Iron then pointed out that the temperature felt colder than before. Runia agreed that something faint felt off. Leo said they needed to prepare before moving on and summoned Kieran and Flora. Runia grew excited when she saw Flora and introduced herself happily. Iron asked what those spirit beasts were. Leo explained that Flora was a baby phoenix named Fiora and the fairy prince was Kieran. He told them to stop chatting and get ready because they were heading into the deepest part of the forest, and things would become brutal. They soon faced many undead. Runia said there had to be a necromancer nearby. Leo cut down enemies and said there was none. Runia reminded him of the orc that turned into a skeleton. Leo said that one was not made by a necromancer but created by a curse of the dead. Iron explained that the curse continuously summoned undead and turned the land into a place of death. Leo said the one who cast it was Tartarus General, the Lich King Hellkaiser. Runia widened her eyes and said that meant Tartarus was going all out to attack Elsilbekia and they needed to report to the professor. Suddenly a heavy wind pressure hit them. Karja rushed forward and welcomed the hero candidates to the land of the dead. Leo blocked the attack and Karja laughed. Karja roared in rage and filled the forest with his threat as he told them to despair and tremble in fear. Leo stepped forward with calm confidence and said he would handle the Death Knight, while Iron took care of the undead and Runia prepared her strongest magic. Karja asked him if he really chose to fight and Leo answered that he would take him on. Karja tried to cover the field in darkness, but Leo used Zerdinger's secret swordsmanship prominence and sent a fiery aura crashing into him. Karja stared in surprise and muttered that it was Phoenix Flames as Leo rushed forward and said it was fused with Zerdinger's flame. Karja grew confused when the sword began melting and wondered how a first-year student could overwhelm him with such battle experience. Runia meanwhile created a massive mana ball and threw it at the undead with a fierce shout. She smiled with satisfaction after the explosion. Kieran watched her and questioned if she was really an elf because she seemed far too violent. Leo stayed focused and urged them to keep moving. Just then Louder appeared and demanded to know who gave first years permission to investigate the forest at night, even calling out the first year representative from Lemurn. He complained that discipline was falling apart. Runia looked at him and asked why he was there. Leo explained that undead had been appearing in the forest, and they were investigating the cause. Runia suddenly shouted that the cause was a curse, an ancient and powerful one. Louder asked if the curse was active at that very moment. Runia stared at him with wide eyes and wondered how he could not feel something so intense. Leo continued and said some Lemurn first years had accidentally touched an item leaked from Tartarus, and those students had unknowingly used the power of darkness. The other students looked shocked. Leo then told Louder that he had knowingly cooperated with Tartarus because only black magic or necromancy used monster blood and guts as catalysts. Louder clenched his fist and called Leo a foolish human. He told the first years that the hero record of Lady Luna was hidden in that very place, and the El Shalbikia Council did not even know it existed. He claimed he only wanted to reclaim their heritage with Tartarus. Iron shouted that he was insulting a great hero, and only wanted the legacy for himself. Runia stepped forward with fire in her eyes and told Leo they should take them down, smash his face, and drag him to the teachers. Leo held his sword and told Runia and Iron to fight as if they were ready to kill their senior. The ground shook from a sudden burst of energy. Leo gathered mana in his hand and told them to stay focused because this was what it felt like to fight Tartarus. Louder watched him and questioned what he truly was, shocked that Leo used original star magic so quickly. He judged Leo as elite and feared the danger if Iron and Runia joined him. Dark aura rose around them and Leo shouted for everyone to get down before another blast ripped through the area. Iron formed a shield around herself and Runia and remarked that such power could not belong to a basic spell. Kardra suddenly appeared before them and declared their end as hero candidates. Runia snapped back and told Iron to stall for time. Iron answered that she had it covered. Louder faced Leo while creating many dark spheres and asked if he had any last words. Leo called him cocky and summoned Kieran. Kieran struck Louder in the leg and the shock created several small explosions that knocked Louder to the ground. Leo stepped forward and cut off his head with a single slash. Kieran cheered and said the crazy elf was handled and now they could deal with the skeleton. But Louder suddenly rose again in an explosion. He called Leo a half-fairy with spirit summoning talent and smiled with twisted delight as he said he was glad he would be the one to kill him. Louder spoke with growing madness and claimed the power of the Necro King would be enough, but if he added the power of the progenitor Lady Luna, then he could bring talented people like Leo to their knees. Leo noticed the change in his eyes and realized Louder was starting to be consumed by demonic energy. When Louder sent dark aura toward him, Leo rushed in before the corruption fully settled and cut off his arm, sending him crashing to the ground. Leo told him that people who chased shortcuts always lacked true battle sense, and that he would keep cutting him down until his mana ran out. A demonic voice echoed from Louder's ring and urged him to complete the summoning circle and awaken the power sleeping in the land. Leo glanced at Runia and Iron and thought they were holding on well, so he needed to finish this fight first. Louder wondered why his arm had not regenerated yet. Kieran then shouted for Leo to look ahead. Dark aura bubbled violently and a massive skeletal hand rose from the earth. Kieran stared in shock and asked what it was. Leo explained that it was the Skeleton King, one of the strongest undead. Louder felt his arm return at last and declared that overwhelming energy was the progenitor's power. Leo realized the summoning circle had completed and that Louder had fully embraced dark magic. He leaped high and shouted that such filthy energy could never belong to Luna. Louder only smirked and claimed he did not care if it was the Necro King's power because it now belonged to him. Kieran looked at the towering skeleton and asked Leo if they should retreat because it was far too strong. Leo told Kieran to look closely because the Skeleton King was not summoned in a normal way. He explained while rushing forward that Louder had forced the summon by forming a contract with the Hell Kaiser and barely met the requirements, which meant he could not maintain it for long. They only needed to hold out until the mana keeping the skeleton active ran out. Kieran agreed with a confident smile and Leo released Luminous Ray. Kardra swung at him but Leo dodged and admitted the power difference was huge, yet all they needed was time. Dark aura suddenly surged toward him and his eyes widened, but Runia stepped in front of him and blocked it. She told him to focus on the Skeleton King and said she would handle their insane senior. Leo worried that this left the Death Knight alone with Iron. Runia smiled and reminded him that Iron had volunteered for a one-on-one fight. Iron blocked Karja's strike as he mocked her for thinking she could face him alone. She wondered if she could truly do it but rushed forward anyway because failing would put everyone in danger. Her sword pierced him but the impact pushed her back. She admitted she never wanted to be a hero but she refused to be the one who slowed them down. She believed Leo and Runia would one day walk the same path as the great heroes. Karja said he should take her head and then go help the necromancer because she had no chance. She answered that the great heroes were always followed by loyal disciples and her ancestor Lord Berkia once vowed to never doubt them. She tightened her grip on her sword as Karja charged at her. She remembered the technique passed down through generations of fairy knights, the power of life that pushed away death, and she struck with everything she had. Karja shattered into 2 pieces and could not believe a Death Knight had been defeated by someone so young. Iron said she needed to hurry and help the others. Louder smirked and challenged the first-year representative, saying it was time to end the fight and cast Flame Turtle. Suddenly his eyes widened as dark flames struck him. Runia stepped in and said he should not think she would stand by, throwing her own flames at Louder and causing a huge explosion that burned him to the ground. She said it was nothing special. A massive undead suddenly rose in front of Leo. He realized it was the worst possible curse and called Flora, commanding her to scream. Runia and Iron felt their bodies healing. Leo shouted to Flora to go again. Karja slashed at Leo but he dodged. Runia watched him and thought he was not afraid of death, just like a true hero. She stood up and told Flame Turtle to rest after a job well done. Louder smirked and mocked her flames, asking what she planned to do with dying embers. Runia replied that their house had always been sworn kin of the Phoenix, and their founding ancestor vowed to burn Tartarus even at the cost of himself. Louder called it nonsense, and asked if she had given up. Runia held her flames tightly and said the fire would never go out as long as the will of their ancestor lived. She declared they were eternal oath-bearers of the Phoenix, and that every demon would be burned to ash. She noticed Louder's left eye was demonic, and a fiery aura burst around her as she activated Sacred Flame, a forbidden technique of the Rundoa family that burned even the caster. Louder looked surprised as Runia clenched her teeth and thought she would never let go. But her flames began to fade. Louder asked if she was out of magic and said it was his turn. He formed a dark magic circle. Runia asked in shock what it was as he shouted stop and began absorbing energy into his ring, which fell to the ground. She could not believe it, and wondered why the Skeleton King was still unharmed when the necromancer was dead and the energy supply should have been cut off. Leo realized it was truly the power of the Hell Kaiser and that Louder was channeling it through a demonic artifact, still as cunning as ever. He noted the direction toward the entrance to Fairyland and rushed forward, calling Kirin to assist him. Leo clashed with Karja, pushed backward, and caused a smaller explosion that shook the ground and shattered the barrier. Leo looked at his hand and realized his aura and spiritual energy were drained. He saw the door and noticed how desolate Fairyland had become. His eyes widened as he thought it belonged to him. He remembered giving a dagger to Berkia in the past and asking if she did not like it. Berkia had said no, that it looked lame and she would never use it. Leo recalled how many life and death battles the dagger had gone through with him. When his companions called him Kyle to leave, he patted her head, said goodbye, and walked away. Now he picked up the dagger and murmured that she did not need it back then. Suddenly, the dagger burst with aura and shook the ground with pressure. Leo realized that the magical power embedded in the dagger for thousands of years had responded to its rightful owner, him. He looked at Korger and wondered what kind of spell he could cast with this level of magic. An explosion occurred behind Korger and Leo smiled, thinking of the kids. Iron shouted at the skeletal enemy and called Runia's attention to the enormous magical power appearing. A golden mana beam shot toward the sky. Runia said that if Leo was the Phoenix's contractor, such power was to be expected. Leo replied that it might not be as strong as the original, but it would still be a great gift for the kids. Golden stars flew toward Runia and Iron. Iron said she had read about it in ancient literature, a star spell that bathed the world in dawn starlight, the ultimate incantation. The stars struck Korger's face. Later, as he walked on the ground, Leo called for Kirin. Kirin shouted that she would finish the Skeleton King. Leo said it was done. Kirin asked when and how, and Leo told her to go find the wings first. Kirin nodded and flew away. Leo then asked Iron and Runia if they were okay. Runia scolded him, saying it was not the time to worry about them since he was in shambles. Iron said she knew they would pull through. Runia asked what the spell had been, saying it felt like something from legend. Leo held the dagger and said the magic seemed infused into it and must be related to the great hero. Runia asked if that was the reason Tartarus had been after this place. Kirin arrived excitedly and said she had found the wings her father had hidden. Runia noticed a fragment and asked if it was a hero record fragment. Leo unwrapped it, and a screen appeared with the message hero record open. Runia looked confused and asked what it was. Golden aura filled the area, and a voice asked if they were really going to defeat Erebus, saying it sounded crazy but that hunting Erebus was a perfect mission. The figure stepped forward, smiled, and introduced herself as Luna, saying she would one day shine like a star in the night sky and that Leo should be honored to accept her into his party. Leo realized that this was Kyle's hero record fragment. Professor Herdium and Harlan panicked and shouted that Leo, Runia, and Aelin were involved. Runia called out to Herdium and showed him the hero record of the founder. Harlan told Leo that everyone had left the dorms. Leo replied that there was still one more. Iron ran forward and told her grandfather that Senior Lauder was still there. Leo turned and said they should go talk while thinking about Luna. The scene changed to the last day of the school trip. Herdium held Harlan's hand and thanked him for helping the students learn. Runia told Leo that next time she would be stronger. Leo smiled and said he would be waiting. Iron ran to him excitedly and said she would return to Siren Academy. Leo patted her head and said goodbye. They walked toward the portal waving their hands. Back at the academy, Kirin played with Flora. Leo held Kirin's wings and asked if he would have to confiscate them again. Kirin shouted that he had only one pair left and asked if Leo felt sorry for him. Leo's eyes widened when Flora transformed into a human and introduced herself as Phoenix Fiora. Leo shook his head and said no need for introductions. Flora said her mother told her to treat covenant holders politely. Kirin laughed and tried to dodge, but Flora caught him in her hand and asked Leo to open the way to her mother. Leo opened a portal and told her to take Kirin with her. Flora walked through the portal. Left alone, Leo thought about his discoveries. The hero record and dagger from Verkia were now under Siren's care. In Lemurn, the queen of monsters Silatona remained, and in Siren, the Death King Hellkaiser had caused everything. Tartarus had been erasing the records of great heroes and planting enemies within. Some Tartarus agents were still in Lemurn, and traitors like Lauder were in Siren. Leo knew there must be a traitor in Lemurn too, and they had to find them soon. The scene shifted to Lemurn Academy's main auditorium. Professor Ein announced that first years should line up by department. The principal asked if everyone enjoyed the school trip and said they would gather to prepare for the department tournament. Xia smiled and nodded. The principal said professors would guide them, and special instructors would provide closer training. Chelsea looked excited. Carl said he felt tired, but his eyes widened when Tora criticized his report on alchemy using qualification magic. She called it complete trash and said all the magical essays submitted by midterms were mostly cookie-cutter work. Emil raised his hand and reminded her of his paper on efficient conversion of fire attribute mana into light attribute. Tora crossed her arms and said it was 17 pages long with typical content about using thermal energy to boost output. Emil looked shocked. Ulta asked the juniors what the most important ability for a summoner was. Eliza said charisma to command familiars, but Ulta said that was wrong. Warden guessed overwhelming power, but Ulta denied it and said the most important ability was love. The principal announced that the top students of Lemurn Academy's fifth-year departments would guide the first years. He asked Leo why he was standing there outside any zone. Leo smiled and said he was in the all-class zone. Toru crossed her arms and scolded Leo, acting angry as she asked if he had lost his mind because the hall was full of people and this was an inter-department competition. Celia called him to hurry toward the night department, while Chelsea reminded her that Leo belonged to the magic department. The principal spoke calmly and told Leo that having a fifth-year Lemurn student as a mentor was a rare chance, and asked if he planned to waste it. Leo replied softly that he never meant he did not need guidance, and that he would still attend all normal classes. The principal warned him that if he refused to change his mind, he would have to face everything alone. Leo smiled and accepted it. The principal paused to think. Torua reminded Jan that they still needed to focus on magic studies and mentioned how Leo had analyzed a spell from the founder of the constellation during the field trip. Professor Len agreed that the magic department was the right choice and thought that Leo standing alone like that already showed the qualities of a true knight. Professor Yura shouted at Ulta and scolded him for not being active in training his juniors even though he was a fifth year. The principal then announced his decision that the first year interdepartment event would be a battle royal. Later in the principal office, the professors complained that the competition was meant to build unity between departments through sparring and that an individual battle royale was unheard of. The principal held the document and reminded them that they had a special student this year. Leo Plov kept surprising everyone by maintaining near top grades in every field, and because of that the academy board had become more interested in him. Professor Ein guessed that the board wanted Leo to have his name recorded in the hero record as an all-class. Zura thought that the founding families supporting the academy were also backing Leo. Professor Len said that if Leo's abilities were recorded it might allow future generations to inherit those abilities and create another all-class. The principal added that Leo would eventually have to choose a department. The scene shifted to the training ground where the students felt the cold. Professor Ein snapped his fingers and told them he created the ice wall to teach aura skills for both the competition and the hero world conquest. He called Celia forward and asked if her flame aura could break the wall. Celia smiled and struck with confidence, but the wall remained standing even as the ground shook. Professor Ein then began teaching them a technique called Breath of the Hero, which was adapted from the unique breathing style of the beastkin. Celia's eyes widened when she saw Professor Ein use flame aura and she wondered how he produced it. Ein swung his sword and a powerful blast shook the field. Duran watched in amazement and thought about the destructive power created by that unique breathing. The ice wall broke into pieces and he explained that Ein had once been a dungeon conqueror, so it was not strange if one of the heroic powers he inherited was flame type. Ein agreed and said the aura should have been weaker than Celia's, but Breath of the Hero allowed it to grow stronger, so he began the training. Leo watched with wide eyes and recognized it as Ariane's technique. The students pushed their mana and Ein smiled as he thought they were doing well. Ileana sat on the ground exhausted and praised Xia for her effort. She grew surprised when Xia called Leo young Master Leo. Leo continued trying and Ein noticed that Leo was the only one whose aura had not manifested yet. He thought it might be a good chance for Leo to focus more on night studies, but then he noticed something different about Leo's breathing. He asked Leo who taught him that style because it resembled the beastkin method more than the human version he modified. Leo smiled and admitted the source was not human. Ein placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to adjust the point where the aura ignited and used the technique as if he had become a beastkin. Flames burst around Leo in a sudden fiery wave. Duran stared in shock and questioned what he just saw. When the flames faded, Ein stood sweating and said Leo truly was something. Leo smiled and thanked him, saying it worked perfectly. Chloe froze in surprise when Leo asked if the books she carried were too heavy on her way to the practical class. She thanked him softly and felt too flustered to meet his eyes. Toro walked up to them with a teasing tone and commented on the nice atmosphere between them. Chloe asked if she knew her and Toro said she enjoyed Chloe's interpretation of northern magic. Chloe felt honored while Toro turned to Leo and asked when he planned to transfer to the magic department. Leo smiled and reminded her that forcing someone into a department was against the rules and thought she had no charm at all. Toro suddenly noticed Professor Albi entering the hall and shouted in surprise. Albi explained that he came at Professor Ren's request to give a special lecture to the first-year magic students. The students were shocked and Toro silently celebrated because Albi was a rare magician who used fairy magic with a human body and every magic student wanted his lessons. Professor Len welcomed Albi and told the students they should feel honored. Then he spotted Toro in the crowd, called her an impurity, pulled her out and said they needed to prepare materials for the inter-department tournament. Albi crossed his arms and began the lecture. He said people called him the magician of the evil eye, and some even called him the Tataro's slayer because of his battle experience. He asked what mattered most in magic battles. Yumio guessed mana, Chelsea guessed chanting speed and Carl guessed spell variety, but Albi dismissed them and waited. Leo answered that the most important thing was mobility. Yumio argued loudly that mobility could not be the most important part of modern magic combat, and said wing magic already solved that problem. Albi asked if that was what he meant and Carl agreed that wing magic made things simple. Albi then called Emio and Leo forward. Emio felt annoyed that someone outside the magic department was involved while Leo wondered if he had been living school life wrong. Albi asked Leo if he agreed with Emio and Leo said no, so Albi decided they would test mobility. Emio had a wing magic device but Leo did not, so Albi told them to compete however they could. Albi declared the Isle of Beasts as the target, and said whoever reached it first would win. Emil boosted forward with magic and mocked Leo for not having tools. Leo suddenly cast lightning bolt on Emil, and Carl shouted in shock. Leo explained that since the duel was about understanding mobility, reducing the opponent's movement was fair. Albi agreed. Leo then jumped high using Phoenix Step. Carl gasped and asked if aura use was allowed in a magic class, but Albi reminded him that their future opponents would not limit themselves. Emil rushed angrily at Leo and shouted that he would not let the surprise attack go. Leo closed in with fiery aura bursting around him. Emil's eyes widened before Leo struck him. Emil began to fall, but Leo caught him by the arm. Albi explained to the students that Emil lost because he relied completely on wing magic, and once his tool broke he lost all mobility. Leo crossed the lake using the basic fly spell, which wing magic was originally based on, but wing magic lacked fine control because it focused only on convenience. Albi told them that from now on they must train the fly spell carefully, and the students nodded with understanding. Albi admitted that a first year who used fly magic as well as Leo left him unsure what more to teach and asked if anyone had questions. Leo stepped forward and asked if he could enter the Lemurn Forbidden Archives. Albi said that entry was beyond a teacher's authority. Leo clarified he was asking a member of the Geron family instead. Albi then asked why he wanted access, and Leo explained that he was searching for a document related to the hidden history of the hero records. Albi agreed to write a recommendation but said Leo would need permission from the Geron family head, Altek Geron, who was known as the Infinity Speller for his endless spell mastery. However, the head was deployed on the southern front of Tartaros, so Leo would have to meet the representative instead. Albi told him she was a third-year student at the academy named Elena Geron, his niece. The scene moved to the island of Phantom Beasts, where students whispered about how the night and magic departments had already begun special training and that Professor Albi had joined the magic department. Chelsea asked Leo if he really did not know Senior Elena and said it was strange. Leo asked if she was famous, and Chelsea explained that famous was not enough to describe her. She was the third-year class representative and the second strongest in the entire magic department, only behind Semertora. Carl added that she was beautiful and known as the Queen with many followers and that she was already a strong candidate for the next Student Council president. Leo wondered how he should approach her. Professor Yura looked around and asked where a certain student was. Assistant Carlos said he would arrive soon. The students asked who they were waiting for, and Yura said they were waiting for Ulta. The students grew excited because they were finally getting special training for the interdepartment competition from Ulta, the oath-bearer of Pegasus. Ulta arrived late and greeted the first years with a smile. The students were surprised and Yura questioned her strange appearance. Ulta explained that a fairy had appeared on the island. Yura asked if she expected the first years to catch it, and Ulta confirmed. Yura exploded with anger and regretted trusting her with the training. Ulta smiled brightly and told the juniors that as summoners they must have dreamed of the three great phantom beasts. With excitement she asked if they wanted to see a fairy, and the students answered eagerly that they did. Yura reminded her that the competition was approaching and asked if she truly planned to hunt fairies, but Ulta said she had a purpose. Yura asked the class what she had said before about the core mindset of a summoner, and Eliza answered tolerance. Ulta denied it and said the true core was love, not just for contracted summons but for all summoned beings. She spoke about unity between human and spirit and harmony with nature. The students looked confused while Leo thought she seemed strange but understood summoning well. Yura explained that Ulta meant they needed affinities strong enough to communicate with beasts even without contracts. She said it was early for first years but they would follow the plan and announced 3 days of special lessons on the island of phantom beasts. Ulta added that she had already submitted their stay-out forms. Eliza said 3 days with phantom beasts did not sound bad. Yura then handed out nets and told them that for 3 days summoning was forbidden and aura and magic were banned, so they had to survive in the forest with only their own strength. Ulta waved goodbye and told them she would see them in 3 days. The students whispered nervously about the wild beasts and spirits in the forest. Tade smiled and hinted at Yura's meaning. Yura reminded them that summoners were different from other departments because they communicated with beings of nature. She said they must adapt to nature and also command it. That was why Ulta talked about tolerance. She asked how many had truly witnessed the essence of a summon and made a contract themselves, since most relied on mediums from their families or summons gained easily in class. The students made it through the night, and at daybreak Leo pointed out edible berries while thinking that the summoning department's training was tougher than expected. His eyes widened when someone shouted about a fairy, and he turned to see a living flower plant swallowing a student. Another student scolded the victim for approaching without noticing it was a plant monster, and Eliza felt embarrassed for rushing in blindly. Leo then saw Kieran sitting on a stem and laughing, and he thought the fairy needed a hit to calm down. Kieran flew around looking for someone else to bother, but Leo caught him with a net and held him by the wings. Kieran panicked while Leo told him to behave and asked if he had come just to cause trouble. Kieran insisted it was a misunderstanding and said he was investigating strange occurrences on the island. He claimed the beast had become violent, and he was trying to find out why. Leo doubted him and said Purina would have noticed something like that. Kieran revealed that Purina was not on the island and had left a note saying she went to visit the Oath-bearer. Leo's eyes widened as he remembered Flora saying she wanted to see a full-grown phoenix, and that the forest beasts were acting strange. She had thrown Kieran aside and walked into the forest to investigate. Leo thought that Flora, as Purina's daughter and the second strongest beast on the island, would definitely sense something wrong. The fact that the anomaly began while Purina was gone did not feel like coincidence. He tried calling Flora with magic but got no answer and guessed she was distracted. He held Kieran and said they would go find her since he sensed an aura from the west side of the island. Meanwhile, Flora sat by a lake admiring a shining stone and found it beautiful. Flora ate a mana stone and Leo asked what she was doing. She turned happily and said that this place was a fishing village. Leo asked if she had been eating mana stones here the whole time, and he remembered how mana stones naturally formed in places where spirit beasts and elementals lived. Young ones used those stones to grow, so people were forbidden from taking them. Flora said she was taught that eating a lot as a kid helped her grow. Kieran said top-class spirit beasts did not need mana stones to grow. Leo admitted they could be a delicacy but asked if she had driven away the other beasts just to keep them all for herself. Flora denied it loudly and said she planned to share. Kieran mocked her and asked if she was a phoenix or a pig because she kicked everyone out and ate everything. She shouted in anger while Leo told both of them to stop. Flora then mentioned something strange happening in the forest. She felt an unpleasant energy from the island. Leo recognized the feeling as the sorcerer of beasts from before and warned Flora and Kieran to get ready because it was coming. A dark mage appeared and said he had wondered why the number of mana stones had dropped, blaming the baby phoenix. He said their fate was bad and called Leo by name. Leo smiled and said their grudge went back to their previous lives and it was a nasty one. The mage shouted that it was time to end the grudge once and for all and attacked Leo. Leo dodged the attack as a huge tree rose into the air. The mage threatened to crush him there, but Leo created a shield around himself and realized the mage had hidden a beast underground. The mage threw the tree at him, but Leo closed his eyes and used magic. Fiery mana burst around him, shattering the tree. Leo asked if the tentacles circling him were from a gorgon snake and wondered if it was a chimera beast. The mage smirked and mocked him for thinking he knew everything and asked who he was. Leo summoned Phoenix Flora and said he was a first-year hero candidate. Flora rushed at the mage, shaking the ground with her pressure. Kieran commented that she was impressive for a little chick. The mage said his beasts were all wrecked and called forth a death slime. Leo created a wind shield while Kieran was shocked, realizing it was a top-tier slime beast. The mage smirked and said Leo would not be able to dodge this one. Suddenly a golden aura filled the area, killing the slime. Ulta appeared and shouted at the mage, asking what he was doing to her beloved junior. The mage complained that his beast armor was torn and acknowledged Ulta as the strongest from Lemurne's summoning department. Ulta said monsters were never pleasant to look at and ordered Arya to get rid of the abomination. The mage thought he needed to buy time for the tentacles to regenerate, and called another death slime. Leo noted that it was not the Pegasus alone that was powerful, but the summoner's domain that gave it strength. The mage said he had been waiting for the moment, and dark magic circles filled the area as he prepared another attack. Professor Yura appeared and questioned how he could call it fun while making a chimera with spirit beasts. The mage laughed and summoned a cyclops, mocking whatever spirit beast Yura would summon. Yura summoned a group of rats and murmured for them to devour the cyclops. She smirked and told them to leave nothing behind. The rats rushed toward the beast. Mage shouted that at this rate they would run out of demonic beasts before anyone arrived. Suddenly, a golden beam struck him. Ulta asked if she was too late. Professor Yura scolded Leo for entering a restricted area. Leo explained that he went there because Fiora was eating the lake's magic stone. Fiora smiled and said it was for her. Ulta praised Leo for loving his summoned beast enough to enter a forbidden zone. Yura held the reins of her wyvern and said the demonic artist seemed to be trying to corrupt the magic stone. She added that she would report to Headmaster Kalien and told Ulta to continue the special training while being careful. Ulta nodded and revealed that Leo was the Phoenix's contractor. Leo looked at the winged horse and asked if it was her Pegasus. Ulta introduced the Pegasus as Iria and asked her to greet Leo. Iria said it was a pleasure to meet him as the Phoenix's contractor. Leo patted her head and said it was nice to meet her. Ulta noted that Pegasi usually did not let strangers touch them and asked Leo if he had ever handled a Pegasus before. Leo denied having handled a Pegasus before and remembered that back when he was Kyle, the mythical beast he had contracted with was a Pegasus. The memory came back to him. Ulta said that he did not seem seriously injured and told him to continue with the special training. She added that she would consider the spiritual power he had used in the battle. Leo thought that judging by the skill of the demonic artist from before, the enemy within Lemurn was likely not a student but probably a professor. A few days later, the students gathered on the ground. They murmured that it was the first time the whole student body had assembled since the entrance ceremony, and noted that there had not been a single peaceful day. Carl asked Tate how the summoning department's special training had been. Tate said he had been so tired that he could not even wash up. Carl told Ileana that the year representatives had been summoned to the tent separately. Leo entered, and Riz told him that all the year representatives had gathered. Lil Luz thought that the rumored all-class junior was even more amazing in person. Elena poked Leo's cheek and asked if he was the famous first-year representative, and if he wanted to be hers. Leo refused. Elena smiled and asked why, saying she would take good care of him. Her eyes widened when Leo said that she was too young for him. She laughed and said they had an interesting one. Lil thought with sparkling eyes that he was not losing to Senior Elena and that Leo Pluv, the rumored first-year representative, was really extraordinary. Riz smiled and asked Elena how her mission had been. She said it was boring. Riz agreed and went to wake another representative, Hark. Hark opened his eyes, sat up, and asked to have a match right away. Riz said he would deal with him later. Elena stepped forward, commenting on how barbaric it was to want to fight the moment someone woke up. Hark smirked and asked what she, who dragged around her little faction, knew about real fights. Elena asked if he was implying she was not real. Hark questioned if there was another Elena Jaren. Lil warned that they would get in big trouble if they fought here. Leo observed that they seemed to get along very well. The scene shifted to the ground where the principal addressed everyone. He said it was good to see their faces and briefly explained why he had summoned them. He announced that from that day forward, all Lemurn Academy students and staff would have all external communications severed until the end of the first-year interdepartmental competition, and that they would be placed under a lockdown order. Leo thought that this meant they intended to catch the traitor. In the class, Ileana said she did not care about the interdepartmental competition and just wished the lockdown would end soon. Chelsea complained that they could not even go to Lemuria City to buy snacks. Tade shouted that there was big news and announced that the location for the interdepartmental competition had been decided as Nigrang. Chelsea asked if it was not a restricted area. Carl opened a book and explained that Nigrang was a city in the southeastern part of the continent, famous for being destroyed overnight by a hero-rank dungeon stampede. He added that the dungeon was later cleared, but the land became cursed and uninhabitable for humans. Nella asked with wide eyes if it was really okay for them to go to such a place. Chelsea smiled and said that although it was restricted, it was not extremely dangerous, just that mid to low level monsters appeared and curses were scattered about. Tate said that it sounded extremely dangerous. Leo thought while looking at the book that the place looked familiar because it was where he and Lysinus had defeated a Legion commander for the first time. In the library, Leo thought that there were 5 large lakes within Nigrang and wondered which one was Lake Erdia. He remembered that somewhere among these lakes lay the lost Oathkeeper of Lysinus, the great spirit of radiance, Luminous, who might still be asleep. On the day of the department tournament, Professor Yura said she was worried about letting in so many outsiders at once and thought an intruder might sneak in unnoticed. She wondered if the lockdown should continue a while longer. The principal said that fortunately the strong suppressive force had returned, so there was nothing to fear unlike last time. Yura thought that the Phoenix was right behind her and wanted to talk to her. Professor said Jen welcomed the guests and introduced himself as the overseer of the department tournament. He explained that this year's tournament would be a battle royale where students would compete using their skills, strategy, and survival abilities. He added that the tournament would end when one final individual remained and that the winning students' department would be declared the winner. He explained that the bracelets given to students were artifacts that monitored their physical condition and would teleport them instantly if their life was in danger. He also announced that the department tournament would serve as the students' final practical exam. The students looked surprised when Sejin announced that the goal of the tournament was survival, but not for the exam. He explained that if someone spent the whole time running away, their practical score would be the lowest. Every action would be recorded in the bracelet, and a student eliminated early could still get a higher score than someone who lasted longer. Leo thought that it was clever because sacrificing yourself for your department would ruin your own exam score. Sejin then shouted that the department tournament had begun. Students began falling from the sky. Leo thought that the entire city was covered in curses, which activated and lifted at random intervals, making it the Forsaken Land. He noticed that the only area without a curse was the center, where everyone would head, and decided to start with Lake Erdia. He also thought about Prince Moira from the Night Department and the second student from the Summoning Department. When Leo landed on the ground, he calculated that 10 minutes west from there, Lee Sinus had sealed the Fading Luminous. He wondered if it was still intact and thought that the sensory confusion curse would be difficult for others, but he was used to it. Xia landed and called him young Master Leo. Leo asked if she had followed him since the ruins were in the other direction. She said she had personal business. He asked what kind of personal business, and she raised her hand and said it was a duel. Leo asked if it was out of nowhere. Xia said that from the moment they met, she wanted to know how big the gap was between her and young Master Leo. She rushed forward, but Leo dodged. She said that as expected, he had deployed flame aura armor instantly to neutralize her water aura. His eyes widened when he saw a high-ranking water spirit. She sent the spirit toward him, and he created flame in his hand, causing both energies to collapse. Suddenly, she appeared beside him and began to punch, creating a blast that shook the ground. Xia thought that he had countered in that short opening and that further surprise attacks would not work. Leo said that she was not the same and that water adapted to the flow, but she had become too rigid. Xia clenched her teeth and thought that if she took that hit directly, she would be done for. She created a shield of water when he rushed forward, but her eyes widened as he appeared beside her and repeated that she was too rigid, causing a dusty blast to shake the ground. Leo pointed his sword and said she had lost. Xia asked if he was really 15, saying he acted like a veteran who had fought on many battlefields. Leo told her to stop talking and head back to the ruins, reminding her that it was a battle royale and he would decide how to deal with the defeated opponent. He also told her to take care of the ones trailing behind her. Her eyes widened in confusion as Duran and Eliza rushed forward behind her. Xia asked why Leo was here when the castle ruins were in the other direction. Duran landed on the ground and asked if she had been after Leo Plov too, and if she had lost, where he had gone. Xia admitted that she had lost and said that she was injured, so she asked Duran to go with Miss Nella. She smiled and reminded him that they were in the same department for the competition and could not ignore a fellow member. She also asked Miss Eliza to carry her since it was hard for her to walk. Eliza said that if Xia were in the summoning department, she would help, but right now they were enemies. Xia widened her eyes and reminded her that she always helped her study and that Eliza borrowed her notes every day. Eliza shouted that she did pay her debts but said there was no need to pay them now. Xia made an innocent face. Eliza agreed and said she would go with her to the central ruins, but after that, they would be enemies. Xia thought she did not know why Eliza was not going to the central ruins, but she hoped young Master Leo would hurry and finish. Juden said while running with a smile that as long as he got inside the castle, he could be free from the curse. Celia appeared in front of them and told them not to get ahead of themselves. Juden shouted that they had no choice and urged the others to go to another gate. But Chloe was standing there holding her staff. Juden thought that the remaining gates were the south and east gates. He noted that Eliza had gone after Leo Plov, so he could only hope Werden had taken at least one gate. He needed to get inside before the curse triggered. Suddenly, the students' eyes widened as they saw Sun Lu writing during the summoning exam. He asked why he was suddenly there. The scene shifted to the ground where Ziz observed the screen and thought that Celia was doing well, but Leo still had not entered the ruins. Rogers said that Chelsea seemed to have become a full-fledged battle mage of Lelin. Ziz said that His Majesty of Rodran would be pleased, but then his eyes widened when he spotted a monster. A professor ran and shouted, asking what was going on and why a monster had appeared in the exam area. Harlan told Sejin that they must evacuate the students immediately. Sejin nodded and tried to use magic, but teleportation did not work, and he was shocked. Harlan said that he would rush to the headmaster while Ejin should keep trying to find a way to evacuate the students. On the ground, students were fighting as Warden thought he needed to take down the magic department group quickly before the monster took interest in the area. Suddenly, a wyvern appeared and attacked them, but Warden blocked it and ordered everyone to open the gate and let everyone inside. A student protested that they were from another department and questioned why they should listen. Warden held him by the throat and said there was no time to explain and that he was in command, insisting they open the gate. The scene shifted to Leo, who looked at the map and said that there was nothing there either. He noted that the lake near the ruins was the last one and thought that by now, everyone must be fighting hard, so he should head over soon. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized a wide area curse was active. He thought that it was not the curse left in Nigrang but a new one, the Curse of Severance, which Tartarus liked to use in large-scale battles. He clenched his teeth and thought that the curse itself did not affect people directly but severed the area from the outside, isolating the entire region. He wondered if the traitor inside Lemurn had made a move and knew he needed to regroup with the others quickly. The scene shifted to the central ruins where Nella told Carl to hold on a bit longer. A student trembled as they said the artifact did not activate. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of Chelsea and began attacking her. Abad used magic to block it, and reminded her that she had practiced multiple casting. Chelsea, with teary eyes, asked her brother what was happening with the department competition. Abad said that the competition was over because an anomaly had occurred in the entire area and that everyone needed to join forces. He thought that the sharp ones would head into the inner castle and that what they needed now was a defensive battle. Xia said she was not sure what was going on, but it was definitely an abnormal situation. Duran said he would break through the path at once and asked for support. The scene shifted to the central castle fortress, Inner Castle, where students shouted that the last group was coming in and to open the gates. Xia said they were alive and mentioned that young Master Leo had gone to the outer area. Abad asked why he had gone that way. Eliza said he must have his own reasons and that no one knew what he was thinking, but there was no way he had failed. Chelsea agreed and said Leo Appa would be fine. Celia suggested that they share information first to understand the situation. She checked her bracelet and said it was not working and that those with fatal wounds were not being teleported. Abad added that beasts were appearing not only around the castle but even inside it. Celia guessed that aside from the basic curse on Nigrang, there might be new ones, like a curse that blocked communication. Eliza summarized that they were isolated in the middle of Nigrang in an abnormal state and being attacked by monsters and beasts, so it was best to use the castle walls and defend. Emio argued that it was the right time to attack. He thought it might be a sudden event prepared by the school and said they could earn points from the external officials. He insisted that staying inside and defending would be a loss. Celia shouted that the injuries were too serious for it to be a simple event and said that without Nella's healing several students might have died. Carl spoke weakly and said Emio would only understand after getting a hole in his stomach. Nella told him not to say that while healing him. Emio clenched his teeth and shouted that this could also be part of the professor's plan. He said if he failed his finals because of them no one would take responsibility. He insisted they would get better points for attacking first. Duran told him he had not even understood the situation and yet wanted to throw away the advantage of the castle walls for points. Emio said he would go hunt beasts alone and told them not to regret it. But before he could move a monster had fell in front of him. Warden landed on the ground and ordered everyone to stay quiet and defend the inner castle. Celia shouted and pointed, saying they would go for a defensive battle. She ordered the students to split into 5 groups and guard the gates and walls. Soon, beasts broke through the castle gate and entered. Students used magic to stop them. A girl fired a mana beam that hit one beast, but other beasts kept coming. Celia used a magic technique called Flame Wing and rushed toward the beasts. The scene shifted to the ground where Lil watched the screen and thought the juniors were handling things quite well. She had been worried at first but was thankful. Elena warned that this incident would not end so easily. She said that if the enemy caused such a big problem during a formal Lemurn event, it would not end with just isolation and that in the worst-case scenario, everyone could die. Ileana's eyes widened at the huge beast and she remembered when Professor Artian had told the students that among the various experiences through hero records, the most important was combat with beasts. She recalled the lesson about Chermelin's spear night battle at Biren Field, where a monster nearly 15 meters tall had appeared. The students were shocked and said they could not fight the beast and asked not to look their way. Suddenly, Chloe struck the beast many times and shouted at them to get ready to fight. She said they were scared because it was a gigantes, but it was not in its full form. A student asked how they were supposed to defeat it and suggested running and waiting for a rescue team. Chloe, trembling, said that running would not keep them alive and admitted she was scared too. Despite her words, the students began to run, shouting for everyone to escape. Chloe murmured that someone had taught her that a hero stands tall in moments of crisis, and decided to fight no matter how hopeless it seemed. She threw sharp shards of ice at the beast, which hit it. When the beast raised its paw to attack, Celia shouted for Chloe to dodge, but Chloe said she was not afraid. Leo then appeared and slashed his sword many times, wounding the beast. Celia rushed to Chloe and asked if she was okay. Chloe fell to the ground and looked up to see Leo standing there holding his sword. Leo approached them and smiled, saying that Chloe had looked pretty decent and that she looked just like a hero. Chloe blushed, and Leo added that he was just imitating someone a little. When the students called him Leo Appa, he asked Carl about the situation. Carl said that since entering the inner castle, no one had been seriously hurt, but everyone was terrified because of the monster. Celia said that Leo had hit it hard, so it would not attack right away. Leo said that what they had to do now was simple: work together to defeat the monster. He smiled and added that anyone who dreamed of being a hero would understand this. Ileana raised her hand and said that fighting the monster head-on was something no sane person would try. The students' eyes widened when Leo said he would lead the way and was confident he could defeat the monster. Eliza remarked that he was showing off alone again and asked who would take orders from him. Warden said he looked forward to Leo's leadership. Eliza shouted at Warden, questioning why he was suddenly willing to follow someone else's orders. Warden explained that everyone knew the monster had to be defeated, so it was only right to follow the one confident in defeating it. Sia told Eliza that it might be fun to be under young Master Leo's command at least once. Eliza said that she had been planning to follow Leo anyway. Abad smiled and said he thought he had caught up a little, but he was still far behind and asked Celia if she agreed. Leo asked Duran if he was helping, and Duran, while walking away, said that he was the one who would land a heavy blow on the monster. Leo smiled. The scene shifted to the ground where the crowd shouted while watching the screens, saying the first years were amazing and might really defeat the monster. Lil asked Elena if she was alright. Elena thought that the moment Leo appeared, the atmosphere had changed. She reflected that there were many great heroes in the world, but he was on a different level, someone who could turn despair into hope and light the way in darkness, a great hero. Meanwhile, students attacked the monster with mana beams. Eliza, with wide eyes, exclaimed that there was no way they could kill the monster. Abad smiled and told her to move aside. Celia shouted no and landed on Eliza's bird, apologizing and saying she could not let herself be caught by that Llewellyn. She told Eliza to hit the monster with something huge before the spell completed. Abad smiled and said he saw that fire and wind had good synergy. Eliza shouted that she did not know what it was but asked to be told when they were ready. Chloe stepped forward in front of the beast, and her aura flared. The beast roared as Chloe threw sharp shards of ice at it. Duran asked if they were ready, and Celia nodded, saying she would open the path. Duran and the others threw mana at the beast, and a chain caught its neck. Warden held the chain and shouted at Chelsea to get ready. Chelsea nodded and sent her mana attack at the beast. Leo appeared above the beast's mouth and used a magic technique called Ki-Lu Vortex Phoenix Breath, slashing the beast with his sword. Chloe used a magic technique called Ice World to freeze the beast. She landed on the ground as the students shouted that they had won and really defeated a gigantes. Carl, sparkling with excitement, said Chloe looked like a real hero from the hero records. She thanked him and wondered where Leo had gone. The scene shifted to Leo, who was standing in front of a portal and smiled, saying it had been a long time since he had seen Luminous.